Okay. Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment being held electronically via Zoom on May 22nd, 2024 at 7:30 p.m. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of the time and place of this meeting has been given by prominently posting the sunshine notice of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment. Such notice has been placed on the official bulletin board at the municipal complex and by transmitting a copy of the notice to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, and by filing a copy with the clerk of Princeton on May 17th, 2024, and has been posted in the municipal website, www.princetonnj.gov/meetings. Pursuant to the extension of the ongoing state of emergency by Executive Order Number 292, in accordance with the Emergency Remote Public Meeting Protocol for local public bodies to conduct a public meeting without physical attendance by members of the public, notice that during this extension of the state of emergency, all regular and special meetings of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment will be held electronically via Zoom and transmitted to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, and was filed with the clerk of Princeton on the 24th day of April, 2020. Such notices have been placed on the official bulletin board at the municipal complex and on the Princeton website, and are to be maintained throughout the year, and by transmitting a copy of same to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, Comcast Media, and by filing a copy thereof with the clerk of Princeton. Notices have been placed on all window doors of the municipal complex. Okay. Claudia, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Chen,
Here.
Ms. Coulson,
Here.
Mr. Davich, Mr. Floyd,
Here.
Mr. Shriver,
Here.
Mr. Tenenbaum.
Here, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave. All of the trains from New York have stopped. And I'm unfortunately going to have to go pick up my wife in the city.
Wow.
So
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Safe travels.
I can,
Guys.
with permission from our attorney and Derek, I would be able to participate via phone in the car, but I wouldn't be able to really see things. I'm
Yeah.
happy to do that, but I don't know if that would work.
Well, because I don't know at this point if the applicant has more exhibits to present. So I think probably that wouldn't work because you couldn't see them.
Well, also don't have an accident, Harlan.
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks. All right, guys, see you next month.
All right, drive safe.
Take care, Harlan.
Thanks.
Mr. Stein,
Here,
Ms. Donna, Chairman Cohen.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we have three resolutions this evening. The first one is case number Z 23-437, 403 Mount Lucas Road, block 43, lot 9 in the R2-T zone. The resolutions were in your packet. If you've had an opportunity to review them, if you have any questions, please bring them up at this time. If not, if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Olson.
Claudia?
Ms. Chen,
Yes.
Ms. Coulson,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Stein.
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, our next resolution is case number Z 24-450, 5 McLean Street, block, excuse me, 9 McLean Street, sorry.
No worries.
Block 1501, lot, it's dark in here. Lot, what is that, 88?
Yes, sir.
Yes, in the R2 dash. Oh God. R2-5 zone? Or R4-5 zone?
R4
Dash B.
Yes,
R4
B, I'm
dash
sorry.
B.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Okay, once again, the resolutions were in your packet. If you had an opportunity to review them, any questions, please ask. If not, someone would like to make a motion.
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
A second.
Thank you. Claudia?
Ms. Chen,
Yes.
Ms. Coulson,
yes,
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Stein,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Third motion is case number Z24 dash 453 516 Cherry Valley Road, block 2201, lot 29 in the RA zone. Once again, the resolutions were in your packet. Questions, comments, or motions, please?
so moved,
Second.
Ms. Chen,
Yes.
Ms. Coulson,
yes,
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Stein,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
Yes. Okay, now on to the applications. The first is a carryover, 8 Valley Road, case number Z23-438. Yes. 8 Valley
Steve,
Road,
the applicant did renotice again, and that noticing is in order. So I'll just
Okay,
note
thank you.
that for the record.
okay. 8 Valley Road, block 7001, lot 36 and 38. Okay, so is the applicant here tonight, or and who will be representing the applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. John Mayer from Stevens and Lee. I'll be representing the applicant this evening. We also have the applicant's architect, Marina Rabina, who has been promoted as a panelist. And we also, I see in the attendee list, have Jim Kamalik, our planner. So if we could promote him to a panelist as well, since we'll be hearing from him this evening as well.
Okay.
And
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question before you get started.
yes,
Does the applicant, you're going to be relying on testimony from February 28th as well as tonight?
that was something I wanted to speak with you about since we lost Harlan, to make sure that we still have a quorum of people eligible to vote this evening, because I know
We
we're
do.
missing
We
a
have
few board
1,
members that time.
2, 3, 4. We have 5 members, 2 of which were not at that meeting, but they did listen to the tape and
Okay.
have so certified. Ms. Chen didn't listen to the tape. I think her impression was that the applicant was really sort of beginning anew tonight with revised plans. But the question for you tonight is, are you relying on any testimony from the 24th or any documents? I mean, I'm sorry, from February 28th.
In order to have Ms. Chen participate as well, we can effectively start from scratch, because the plans have been updated such that to the extent we're relying on them, it's only to show how we have been able to adjust the plans in response to the feedback we received from the board.
Okay. Alrighty, so essentially we are not going to be relying, we're not reflecting testimony from February 28th.
And we're okay with that, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Okay, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the board, for hearing us this evening. We're here tonight for the variance application for 8 Valley Road, identified in the tax map of Princeton as Block 7001, Lot 306, located in the R6 zone. While we're starting from scratch, as many of you may recall, this project was previously before the board in February. But I'm gonna start from the beginning. So, as
Mr.
well-
Mayor, I hate to interrupt you.
Yep.
Steve, do you want to hear first from Derek with any updates to his memos? And we
Yes,
also
that's a good
have
point.
Justin Lesko here, who is the town planner,
Yes, I do. I'm very
and he
sorry.
did a
Derek,
memo as well.
can you review your memo? please?
Also, Ryan is on, Ryan Kennedy is on. He's here to, just
60.
carry 65 Lee.
Okay, all righty, let's see
Ryan?
then.
There he is. You're
Steve-
muted, Ryan.
With apologies for interrupting, I thought it would be, particularly with only 6 members, make sure that anyone here for 65 Lee knew about the request and didn't spend their whole evening. So Ryan Kennedy for what would be the second application, 65 Lee Avenue for the Patel family. We will be submitting revised plans for Derek's review shortly that will eliminate at least one of the variances after getting some feedback from the neighbors, and would like that to be carried to the next meeting.
Ryan, are you asking the board to take jurisdiction tonight?
I am, if we could.
Okay. Board members, the noticing, I've reviewed it, it's in order, and the board does have jurisdiction tonight. So the question is the board willing to take jurisdiction, and then we would announce tonight the new date for the application to be heard.
I'm comfortable with it. Do we need to vote on that, Karen?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if the consensus of the board is that it can be carried, and I think that's what I'm hearing, then the question is, Derek, do we know what the new hearing date would be?
June 26th. Oops, I'm sorry.
No, that's correct, June
Excuse me, sorry.
I'm sorry, you said June
26th.
26th. Okay, so for anybody who is watching and interested in the application, 65 Lee will now be carried and heard on June 26, 24. The applicant will not be obligated to send on any further noticing regarding that June 26th date.
Thank you all.
And I'm very sorry, Derek. On Valley, would you summarize your memo, please?
Yes, and Justin's here, our
Yeah,
planner.
can we see? Yeah,
but
we
he's
don't
only-
see you though, Justin.
He has not commented on this application. He's here for the second application, which will be the
Okay.
PDF use variance.
All right. Great.
So as Mr. Mayor stated, this application was initially heard in February. They've presented a revised plan. The principal dwelling now faces Mount Lucas. Prior to that, the accessory dwelling unit faced Mount Lucas, and the applicant is seeking a D1 temporary use variance pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-71 to permit two principal dwellings on a lot during the construction of the new principal dwelling. The applicant is proposing to live in the existing principal dwelling until the new principal dwelling has been constructed. C1 variances are requested to permit the construction of a new single-family home and accessory dwelling in exception to the required lot area, lot width, front yard setbacks, and driveway width. Property is located in the R6 zone in the former township, Princeton Township, and it's subject to the use and bulk regulations in accordance with sections 10B, 246, 253, 255, 255.2, and 256.2 of the former Princeton Township Land Use Ordinance. The existing single-family use is permitted. The subject lot is non-compliant with regard to the required 10,890 square foot lot area. The existing is 10,424. Lot depth requirements 85, and the existing is 75 feet. And the existing dwelling that's on the site now is non-compliant with respect to the required Side yard setback 15 feet, the existing's 11, and the front yard prevailing setback on Valley Road is 63 feet, while the existing is 31 feet.
Eric,
Um,
I hate to interrupt you. I was remiss. I need to swear you in.
yes,
I
ma'am.
swear affirm your testimony this evening is truthful.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the applicant is proposing an approximately 1,900 square foot single family dwelling and a 770 square foot accessory dwelling unit. The main house features a partially finished basement, living room, dining room, kitchen, TV room, 3 bedrooms, a den, and 3.5 baths. The ADU contains a living room, kitchen, 2 full baths, and 2 bedrooms. A detached single car is also proposed. The subject is a corner lot and has 2 front yards. In regards to the D1 use variance, section 10B 276 only permits 1 principal dwelling per lot. The applicant is proposing to live in the existing principal dwelling while the new principal dwelling is being constructed. The board has granted a variance similar to this in the past, with some conditions that the existing principal dwelling be demolished within 18 months or within 90 days of the receipt of a temporary certificate of approval for the new residence, whichever is first. There's usually a bond requirement to cover the cost of demolition if the application is approved, the D1 variance of the existing residence, along with a performance bond or letter of credit in the form. Amount reasonably accepted to the land use engineer to serve as a guarantee for the demolition of the existing residence. A use variance under that D1 is required, and no variance may be granted under this section unless such variance or other relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance. Following items should be considered when reviewing these ordinances. The applicant has a burden of proof of demonstrating special reasons for the granting of the variance, as well as addressing any negative criteria. Special reasons may be found where the proposed use inherently serves the public good, such as a school, hospital, public housing, where the owner would suffer undue hardship if required to use the property in compliance with the permitted uses in the zone, and where the use would serve the general welfare because the proposed use is particularly suited. The site is particularly suited to the proposed use. I will run through some of the bulk variances. Again, the lot area I mentioned earlier, requirements 10,890. Existing lot area is 10,424. Lot depth requirements 85, existing is 75 feet. The front yard setback along Valley Road, which is prevailing, required is 63 feet. The proposed is 15 for the principal dwelling. And the same applies to the ADU. The ADU proposal is setback 22 feet 7 inches. Front yard setback on Mount Lucas, the requirement's 35 feet, and the proposed principal dwelling will be 15 feet back. And there's a front yard setback again on the Valley Road prevailing for the proposed garage, which will be set back 49 feet, requirement 63 feet. And then there's a driveway width requirement. Section 10B 255.2 permits a maximum driveway width of 22 feet for the first 75 feet of the lot. The proposed driveway is 36 feet wide. Staff does support the proposed turnaround due to the traffic flow on Valley Road and the proximity of the driveway to the traffic signal at the corner. It's a variance required for that. Applicants required consideration under the C1 and the C2 as well. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them. That's a summary of the application or my memo. And that's it. Thank you.
Quick
We don't have-
question. Yeah, Derek, the demolition within 16 months, is that 16 months of this approval? Or if it's approved?
It's, yes, yep. I mean, I would say once after the 45 days of the appeal period starts and, they have to get their plans in, so it would be.
Okay, thanks.
Derek, what's the size of the bond? Is it the full price of demolition?
It would be something like that. The engineer would have to review it to make sure that there's sufficient funds in case something happens financially to the applicant and they're unable to finish the project.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions of Mr. Verger? Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Derek has helpfully already said much of what I was going to say in my introduction, so I will not bore you with it all again. But suffice to say, and I think as you know, was clear from Derek's introduction as well as the hearing in February, is that this is a very difficult property. It's undersized, and the prevailing setback on Valley Road makes it very difficult to build any conforming structure. So no matter what my client was proposing to build, we likely would have to be before this board to get your approval. But after listening to this board in February, we've been able to improve this project by removing a number of the variances that were previously present. Previously, there were variances for accessory structures in the front yard setback, a variance for ADU corner lot setbacks, and a variance for a garage corner lot setback, which have all been eliminated from this application now, making this a much stronger application. And as it pertains to the temporary D1 variance, the applicant is willing to work with Mr. Bridger and this board on the conditions of approval to make sure that the previous main dwelling is demolished after the new building is complete. So there's no fight from us on that. Now, while it might seem like there are a lot of variances with this application, as I said before, they'd be present no matter what we'd be building on this property, which makes this a difficult property to build on, but we've presented a strong application. It's ideal for the site because the project was designed in such a way that there are no bulk variances in relation to the dwellings to be constructed on the property. There are no variances for FER. There are no impervious coverage variances. These are all variances for setback violations. Additionally, this application would advance the Princeton Master Plan by providing for infill development of smaller scale housing in a walkable section of Princeton, rather than further development of empty lots on the outskirts of town. So thank you for hearing us from this evening. I will be calling Marina Rubina, my client's architect, followed by Jim Kamalik, our planner. And we also have the applicant, Mr. Mugliver himself, available in case you have any questions for him. So unless the board has any other questions at this point, I would like to call my first witness, Marina Rubina.
1 second. Board members, do you have any questions of the attorney? Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to swear in Ms. Rubina.
Mr. Urbina, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Rubina, can you please give the board, even though we did this back in February since we're starting over, your qualifications and professional background?
Yes, absolutely. I'm a licensed
Excuse me,
architect.
I think we can accept Ms. Rubino.
We
as an
can
expert
skip
in
that
her
part.
field. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well,
All right. Would that be okay for me to share my screen?
yes.
Yay. It's working?
Yes.
Excellent. So I just wanted to give everybody one more time a refresh view since we're starting from the beginning in case you forgot what this property looks like. This is a view from the corner. This is the existing house located at 8 Valley Road where our clients currently live. And here is the property in the tax map in relationship to other properties. So as you could see, it's located on the corner, but it's also kind of facing Mount Lucas and perpendicular to Valley Road. So it creates kind of an interesting corner situation, which is really best described in this view where if you could see, because of the, let me go back. So because the homes on Valley Road are set back on their properties, what happens is the prevailing setback, which is determined by all these properties that are oriented the other way, it effectively creates a very large prevailing front yard, which is shown right here in red, which is 63 feet, while the entire property is 75 feet. So there's really, the rear yard and the front yard actually overlap. So there's not anywhere on this property that one could build without a variance. So this is why we're explaining how this is kind of a unusual and difficult situation. And because of the other street facing, even this way, there's also prevailing front yard on Mount Lucas, which kind of creates this basically a property where the rear yards and the front yards overlap. So there's sort of negative building area. Just to give you a few other images from the street. So this is the Mount Lucas side. If you remember, that's the Valley Road building over there. And then this is from the property looking at the municipal building. And this is across the street. And the reason I'm showing these neighboring buildings is to tell you that this property is sort of on the juncture of residential properties on Valley Road transitioning to more municipal buildings, where we drew inspiration for the architecture of the building based on kind of this transitioning from the more single-family residential to the more municipal context. And this last but not least, this is the view as you're walking on Valley Road. And notice this funny situation with the sidewalk, just so everybody's aware. So originally there were trees over here when the Valley Road sidewalk was put in, and the sidewalk kind of like went around the trees, but the trees have since died and the municipality cut them down. And what we're proposing as part of our application is actually straightening the sidewalk back to where it would have been if there were no trees. And then there would be a green space between this property and Valley Road to make it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists to get to school, pool, municipal complex. Okay, so hopefully I got everybody oriented. So now so this is part of our previous presentation. So I will open our new presentation. Here we go. Hopefully
Mr.
everybody
Mayor,
can see
do you
that.
want these previous slides that Mr. Bean just reviewed? Do you want this all one exhibit, or are we going to have two separate exhibits? Because I see Mr. Bean is moving on now to some other slides.
So yeah, the slides that Marina was previously showing, we can have that as applicant 1.
Okay.
And this new slide deck can be applicant 2.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so this is actually a slightly easier way to explain the same situation. So this shows you the 63 feet from Valley Road and the 35 feet from Mount Lucas. So in our, as you can see, the previous layout, we had the ADU was located in the corner, and the main house was located approximately where the existing house is right now. And when we came to the board, we established that although all of the bulk requirements of the buildings themselves were conforming, the fact that they were located in this way created the fact that if you were standing on Mount Lucas, technically the ADU was in front of the main house, even though if you stood on Valley Road, the house was in front. So we understood the suggestion from both the zoning officer and the municipal, the zoning board, that we should reverse, which is what we did. So here we are. So what we did, the house is the same, still conforming, everything complies. The ADU would be located approximately where existing home is right now. And we're compliant with, if you stand on Valley Road, so see this dark line, by the way, is the new straightened out sidewalk. So there would be green space, sidewalk, sort of more normal condition as it is on Valley Road. So if you were to stand on Valley Road, the house is forward, the ADU is set back to meet the requirements. If you stand on Mount Lucas, the house is forward, the ADU is set back. This blue rectangle shows approximately where the existing house is located now. So the hope would be, this is for the phasing of this, what we were discussing. So the owners would like to continue living in their existing home, outlined here in blue, have the house constructed, then demolish the existing home, and then complete the rest of the project where the driveway, the garage, all of that would be happening and possible only after the house was demolished. And if I'm missing anything, hopefully my teammates will remind me if I skipped anything or missed anything, but I think I pretty much explained that. So then to go back, so this is a copy of Derek's memo. So as you could see, highlighted here in green are the portions of the variances that are related to the property itself. That's just the property itself. These highlighted in yellow here, they're all front yard setbacks, and see they're all due to the 63-foot prevailing situation that causes us that entire property is within the front yard setback. And then driveway width is the last one. So these are the ones that we're eliminating by reversing the location. And the driveway width, as Derek explained, it allows us to turn around and exit onto Valley Road facing forward so that people don't need to exit on Valley Road backwards, which is a little uncomfortable close to the corner. So this is the new from Derek's last memo. So we eliminated those, the ones that were crossed out in red. Yeah, so here we go again, right? So house over here. Am I going backwards or am I going forwards? I think I'm okay. So here we have the house located towards the corner, the ADU approximately where the existing home used to be. Okay, so this would be the view from the top. As you can see, the proposed main house would be located closer to the corner with the required facing the street, providing a pedestrian way to enter. And then if you remember, the ADU is not allowed to have a door face the street. So in order for this application to be compliant, we had to do a mirror image of the ADU. So the size of the unit didn't change, but originally we had the door of the ADU face Mount Lucas. But since we can't do that, we reversed it. So now ADU is not facing the same orientation as the house to comply with the neighborhood, with the ADU ordinance. And here are the floor plans. So nothing changed in the house floor plans. The house has a little porch at the front, and as you enter, main stair, pretty much open ground floor space, 3 bedrooms, and a kind of a playroom in the attic. Everything's fully conforming. And then as I was explaining, the ADU door is facing, that would be east, right? So it's not facing the street as per the ADU ordinance, also compliant. So it's clouded here because it's a mirror image. And here we have a view of the 3D model, hopefully showing that what it looks like. Oh yeah, right. So you could see the door here for the main house. And then the next image, oh no, what did I do? Here we go, next image. So this is the door to the ADU. It still has a walkway and you can figure out where the door is, but it's facing the side as it is required. Did I miss anything? Do I need to explain more? How am I doing? Maybe questions?
No, I think you've summarized this well, Marina.
I have a question.
Should I stop sharing?
Well, it's up to you. Why don't you finish your presentation and then we'll.
I think I have a good stopping point. Happy to answer questions, and in case I need to bring anything back, I could open the correct file.
Well, I have a question.
Absolutely.
So the applicant is going to live in the house while the new house on the corner is being constructed. And then upon completion of that, he's going to demo the existing house and then go on and build the ADU. How's the parking gonna work? Because
There-
right now, you're showing the parking where the house is, the existing house.
Correct. So you're making a very good point. So right now, their parking is east of the existing home. So they could live in the house, park east of the existing home while the construction is going on. When that is done, they will have to park somewhere else, friend's house or something, during the demolition. For a short period of time, they could be living in the house, but where the current house and parking is, there's going to be a construction site. So they will have to figure out, literally go park at a friend's house, because there will be a construction site on the side of their house.
Okay, so where are they gonna park? They're not gonna park on site?
Let me open the plan and see if we could figure out where would be a possibility for them to park.
Is there parking on the other side of Valley Road?
No, it's municipal,
Municipal.
Yeah,
vehicle
there's only
parking.
municipal cars on that.
yeah. So, let's see. So if they demolish the house, oh, you know what, actually? I take it back because their existing parking is right here. So it is possible for them to continue parking right here on the side of their existing house while all of this is going on.
But all of that is the demo of the existing house and the
Right.
construction. There's gonna be a period of time when you take the house out and you're grading and you're starting, there's gonna be some interruption in the parking. And so I think it's just, and then unfortunately, there's no street parking anywhere. So they'll have to park off-site somewhere.
I think we can ask them, but I suspect they will try to find arrangements elsewhere in town. Yeah. I
Alright.
think that there is a municipal garage, if worst case to Mars.
That's way
Way
too
far
away.
away, right? There's
So,
the Princeton Shopping Center, which is not that far away.
Well, it's closer than the municipal garage.
Yeah.
But it's a
I-
concern because it looks like you're gonna have to figure out where to park somewhere on site. It's gonna get a little tricky.
So
All right.
I took confirmation from the applicant that he understands that there might be a short period of time where he needs to park off-site, and that's not gonna be an issue. But fortunately,
Fine.
just it looks like where the parking is, this should be a relatively short-term issue.
Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna be that long. I just, just
Okay,
a
that's-
concern.
That's a good question.
I have a quick question because I don't remember. What's the setback for the garage to the backyard? I mean, I see it's 6 feet, but what's the regulation on that?
5.
Thank you.
And while we're talking about setback, I recognize that prevailing on Valley is excessive. To say the least. And, but you've gone completely the other way and have a very minimal setback on both Mount Lucas and Valley Road. I mean, 15 feet is awfully close. Is there a reason that you chose to put it that close? I mean, you had the house and the ADU separated by the parking. And now you've basically just left the right-hand portion of the composition. You flipped it and had the ADU on the right. But you've really pushed the house very close to the corner. I mean, in my
I-
opinion, too close.
I can walk you through the logic.
Okay.
So in order to, if you remember, to have the ADU set back from the main house, if you're standing on Valley Road. So we start with the ADU and we need to have the house is not allowed to be in line with the ADU. The ADU has to be in the back. So if we kind of work backwards from the backyard, we have ADU, and then the house needs to move forward to be in front of it to comply with the setback for the ADU to be behind the main house. Another reason is, if you remember, it's kind of an interesting transition between kind of the residential properties and the more municipal properties. And it felt like it wouldn't be such a strange thing because, for example, the first aid and rescue is very close to that same setback. So we felt that on one hand, setting it back 15 feet allows us to create a compliant ADU situation, but it also creates kind of a corner at that location that makes sense in relationship to the PFARS building. And
The only
then,
thi-
yeah.
No, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, finish.
So, and then the other thought is if we were to think of this property as having one front, right, then the setbacks would be 15 feet on both sides. So we kind of thought that within that logic, if, for example, if this was the front, this would be 15 feet, this would be 15 feet. It seemed to be logical that way.
And Marina, one other thing, just we're not 15 feet from the street. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there an additional 15-foot right of way? That also
Yes, you're
offers
absolutely
the-
right.
on
So
this
there is actually a really big portion of the sidewalk. So it's not that, so it will be street, there's be a substantial green strip, sidewalk, a little bit of municipal property, and then 15 feet. Yes, you're right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Well, the only other comment is by pushing the house towards Mount Lucas and looking at the upper right-hand corner of your slide, the adjacent house gets buried behind the new house and the garage. Is that right? Yeah, there's a house back there, right? Right behind you on the adjacent lot,
On the,
right there.
I'm sorry, on this guy, on Mount Lucas.
Yes,
Right, so that house back there is pretty much invisible from the street. It has some very, very, very lush landscaping, yes.
okay. All right, thanks.
So should I continue sharing? Should I point to something
It's up
else?
to-
Does
it's up to
anybody
you.
else have any other? I'm happy to point to other things, clarify other things, if anybody has any questions, comments, ideas.
Just Marina, just real quickly, if you don't mind, if you pull up just as it relates to the proximity to the house directly in the rear of this, if you could pull up the last slide, because I do want to point out to the board that the proposed ADU is actually further away from the rear property line than the current existing primary residence.
Yes, yes,
So
I
in
will.
that regard, we're actually improving the distance from the neighboring rear property.
Absolutely. And I think Bernice had a question. Is that right?
I did. If you're gonna pull up that, the slide with the site plan, highlighted in yellow, I can ask that.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, so I think what John was saying is that currently the existing home is really close to the property line, and as Derek mentioned, it's non-conforming to its rear setback. And it will be conforming ADU in its new proposed location. But Bernie's happy to try to answer your question.
Yeah, it was just a comment related to the condensing units for the main house, since Valley is a front as well. My thought was that, you know, could those be pushed back or stacked in a way that you don't see the two side by side, that they'd be one on top of another?
I think that could be done. We also, I'm not sure in the correct file, I was hoping that we would have a fence there that would hide it.
Okay, yeah.
So let me share the other file in that way. But you're absolutely right, it's a busy intersection. You know, you don't want to
Okay.
see things from the street, so the hope would be if they would be here, and Valley Road is kind of the more loud and active part of the site, so if all that could stay towards Valley Road, then behind the fence, there would be some privacy and quiet space for the occupants. That would be ideal, but if you feel that it would be better if they were perpendicular to Valley Road, I don't see a big problem with that.
Okay, yeah, with the fencing, I would have been focusing on the plan view, but this helps.
That
having
helps.
the fencing,
Okay,
yeah.
wonderful. And any other things I can clarify for
Mhm.
anybody?
I have one more comment. So the ADU is now further away from that rear yard and the adjacent house, but the garage at 6 feet is significantly closer than the structure was before.
That is true.
Yes, so again, the reason for that is twofold. And I can try to pull up the plan one more time. So we didn't, the hope there is we need to stay, the garage needs to be behind the house. So in order for, if we were to pull it forward, it would be a variance issue. So we have to start with the garage and then the house. So you see there's the house and there's the garage. And then the other portion of this is creating this space over here, lets us turn around and back out to kind of have enough room to do this whole maneuver. I think we could have pulled it up a little bit, but then we would run into an issue of the conflict that the garage is not behind the house. So it's a balancing act.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions of the architect?
And yeah, the garage is quite low in the back, right? I see it's 13.2 in the front, but it must be
Yeah,
fairly low
exactly.
in the
It's a
back.
one-story, very low structure. Absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, very good point.
Any other questions of the architect? Okay, please move on.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay. All right, so we have no further questions from for Marina. I'll now call Jim Kamalik, our professional planner.
Mr.
Good
Malik, do you
good
swear or
evening.
affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Could you please give the board the benefit of your credentials and background?
Sure.
Mr. Kamalik has testified before us on a number of occasions. We would accept him as an expert in this field.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cohen, just a question. Mr. Malik, are you testifying as an engineer tonight or a planner or both?
The intention is to address the planning, but certainly if there's an engineering issue that comes up, I'm happy to answer, but I am duly licensed in both and have been qualified as both. But the focus here tonight really is to hit on the planning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kamalik. So just starting off, as you've heard this evening, there's a number of variances at issue with this application. But you just give the board your opinion for why they're appropriate to be granted in this instance.
Sure. There are a few points I'd like to hit, and I'm going to try to do this as expeditiously as possible. I know there are a few other applications here on the agenda tonight. Perhaps the one that's most obvious and simple would be the D1 variance for more than one principal dwelling on the lot. And we really see this as administrative in nature. Again, it's temporary. And it's a condition of making sure that the existing principal dwelling can be torn down and demoed. The applicant has indicated that certainly they would agree to a necessary condition associated with that. And this arrangement would not result in a condition where there would be two principal dwellings in conflict with the ordinance, which would support what the ordinance is driving for. So we would conclude that there's no permanent situation with two principal dwellings and no impairment of the zone plan, and certainly no substantial detriment to the public good, because it would be inherently demoed with that condition that we had previously discussed. And we also indicate that this lot is particularly suited for that condition because of the location of the multiple residential buildings on the property. It enables this cohabitation on a temporary basis. So we would see that that would be reasonable and appropriate here in this case for reconstruction on the lot. The additional ordinance here that we were discussing was the driveway width ordinance 10B 255.2 to facilitate a turnaround movement for egress onto Valley Road. My opinion is that this is reasonable and appropriate from a safety and traffic flow standpoint. It is supported by engineering staff. As Mr. Bridger had indicated, it will increase safety in the neighborhood from a traffic standpoint. And from the positive criteria, it does support zoning purpose H to promote the free flow of traffic. And we would conclude that there's no substantial detriment to this particular condition. It would actually be adding and increasing the safety of the immediate neighborhood, specifically accessing this property. Relative to the variances associated with the lot, as previously shown on the exhibit, we do have a unique and exceptional condition here in this case. And in this case, the applicant really is proposing a rather modest main dwelling at 1,900 square feet as a single family dwelling, and a moderately sized ADU at 770 square feet, plus the accessory garage at 300 square feet. The variances requested relative to the lot, number one, address lot area, where in this case, the lot is just slightly under the standard of 10,890 square feet, where the area provided is 10,424, and that's basically 96% of the required lot area in the zone. So it is slightly less than the standard, but it does have substantial area, in our opinion, to suit the proposed structures that are proposed on the plan. Also, this lot overall is generally, even though it's slightly substandard from a lot area standpoint, it's generally in keeping with the neighborhood, where the lot areas range from about 0.26 acres to 0.31 acres on Valley Road, and 0.22 acres to 4.3 acres on Terhune. So this lot is on the lower end of the range, but overall, our view is that at the end of the project, and should this be approved, we'll still see this site in keeping with the overall context of the general neighborhood. The lot area, as previously testified to, the lot depth in particular, the required of 85 feet, and here we have 75 feet because we have the orientation, it's basically parallel to Valley Road, and we have two front yards and two front property lines in this case. And if we were able to sort of pick a front yard, as Marina testified to, and work with that, and then have the sides be appropriate for the 15-foot setbacks, we would be in a better condition with less variances, but that's just not the case for this particular property. And we were definitely dealing with a particular unique situation with the way that this lot is configured and oriented. So with respect to those conditions relative to the lot, I did want to note that the previously requested variances were eliminated. The FAR variance was eliminated. as well as two other variances associated with the garage and the location of the accessory structures. So here, the single most driving physical constraint is the prevailing setback of 63 feet. And as that document indicated, you couldn't really construct any building that would be fully conforming. Anything on this lot would require a variance. So in the C1 context, from a hardship standpoint, it is clear from our view that by reason of the exceptional physical features, in this case, the shape and the effect of the prevailing setback uniquely affects this specific property, and the strict application of the lot area and lot depth and front yard setback zoning regulations would result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties and undue hardship on the owner, which would be required for any dwelling on this site. And in this case, the variances, if granted, would relieve that hardship for the property owner. Again, this is unique to this lot, and it's not a condition that's prevalent throughout the whole neighborhood. We're really just dealing with this unique condition. In terms of the front yard setbacks, it was alluded to in the testimony, but I'd just like to clarify that 3 of the front yard setback variance requests are due to the fact that there are 3 proposed structures on the property: the main dwelling, the accessory dwelling unit, as well as the garage. So if we were talking about variances in general, front setback variance would be required, but it's basically tripled in this case from a variance standpoint because we have those 3 structures and the way that they're oriented on the property. The front yard setback of 35 feet, where 15 feet is proposed. Testimony was given at the hearing just previously on Mount Lucas. And we note that that front yard is already in the front yard setback of the prevailing 63-foot on Valley Road, number 1. Secondly, we're able to maximize the distance of the proposed driveway and the parking area away from the corner, with the main dwelling unit being a little bit closer to the corner. And then we previously indicated that the actual setback from Mount Lucas to the building is approximately 30 feet, with 15 feet on the property, which would be similar to the context of a side yard if it wasn't interpreted that way. So if we consider these all together from a planning standpoint in terms of the positive criteria, we feel like we meet the positive criteria relative to those lot variances from the C1 hardship condition, but we also feel that it's supported by several purposes of zoning which add to the positive criteria. Purpose C, providing adequate air, light, and open space by distributing the building elements and building mass across the lot as opposed to concentrating them in a larger building in one single footprint. Additionally, purpose I, in the same regard, adapting the residential elements to the constraints of the lot, which we feel that we have done with this revised plan, does provide a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design arrangements. Again, including distributing this building mass, locating the parking between both buildings, which also facilitates the ingress and egress of the lot, enables a turnaround area, and maintains a modest amount of floor area for each dwelling at 1,900 square feet and 770 square feet respectively. We feel that the design is in harmony with the surrounding uses, noting the fact that it's in a transitional area from the residential subdivisions of Valley and Terhune, and also the municipal areas. Excuse me.
Looks like Jim's having a bit of a technical difficulty. Just
Sorry
bear with
about that, guys. Everybody just got home tonight and the dog went crazy, so. But again, I was just commenting that we're at this transitional area. You saw the photos across from the municipal building, across from the rescue squad, et cetera, and we feel that the design is appropriate and will fit well with that. That's well-suited infill development, which is purpose J. And it minimizes creeping of suburban sprawl and degradation of the environment because we are utilizing an existing property with infill development. We also feel that purpose G, providing sufficient space for a variety of residential uses in appropriate locations to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens according to their respective environmental requirements. We're several blocks from Princeton Shopping Center, which is at the end of Valley Road and in proximity via walking and biking to retail stores and employment. And then we're also in a walkable location along the Witherspoon Street corridor in order for folks to get downtown. So from the positive criteria, we feel like we do support the overall municipal intent. From the negative criteria, that these variances would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good or the zone plan. We just note that these residential uses, both the single family dwelling and the ADU, are in fact permitted uses in the zone and would be in keeping with the general residential nature of the neighborhood. The visual appearance of the lot will not result in a substantial visual detriment, and actually to the contrary, a rather rundown property that has existed for several decades on one of the entry corridors into town and across from the municipal building and other services will be revitalized, as you could see from the slides of the proposed condition, and result in a substantial aesthetic improvement at this location. The design is in keeping with the surrounding area, as we previously mentioned. We also note that what's proposed on the plan in the inclusion of the ADU does support several components within the municipal master plan. And we would conclude that we don't have a substantial detriment via the inclusion of the ADU on the lot, and specifically land use goal number 3 on page 19 of the master plan, to remove barriers to increase density, in this case to add 1 ADU, affordability and various housing types of greater varieties to fit into a spectrum of household sizes. We feel that that goal would be supported. And on page 33 of 237, it indicates in the master plan to examine ADU requirements to encourage and broaden their development, not necessarily make it more strict and constraining, but make them more achievable in different areas of the town. So all in all, on balance, I would say that the variances requested tonight mostly relate to the actual physical lot in question, the geometric configuration, the constraints of the prevailing setbacks, as well as the slightly undersized nature of the lot, variances which necessarily would be required for any development on the property, and then the additional, benefit of expanding the driveway access with the setback variance. So on balance, we feel that the positives would outweigh the detriments in this particular case if these variances were granted.
Thank you, Jim. Does anyone on the board have any questions?
I have one. Jim, I'm getting back to the setbacks because the 15 feet really I think is not enough, but the critical one, by putting the house 15 feet back from Mount Lucas, you really, when you look at it in plan, you really bury that next house. I mean, it creates, in my opinion, a very awkward situation because you're so far in front of it. And you've also then, by possibly moving it over a little bit, you can increase your side yard there. You've got a wall in there to create an outdoor area, but then you've got an open area adjacent to the parking. So do you think that that 15 feet is reasonable, given what you're trying to create?
Well, I do believe that it does increase. I think it's 15 feet at the closest point. And Marina might be able to show that slide if she wanted to share it, but it does increase as you go across that facade. And then I would say that my recollection of the conditions out there is that when you are in front of the rescue squad, and I'm just trying to pull up. If I am standing in front of the lot in question, perhaps I can share my screen.
Jim, would you like to share your
Is that
screen or should
possible?
I?
Yeah. Let me share my screen if that's okay. Let me just see if I
Yes.
can do this. Because I think this might help.
And you're right, the property line is not parallel to the building, so it's 15 something at that one spot.
Right. And I'm going to share screen. I just want to tell me when you guys can see that.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. I'm out front, right in front of the lot in question, the adjacent lot that we're talking about. And it is,
Jim, it's not showing up
Okay.
yet.
let me,
It says double click to enter full screen mode. Is that just me?
No, that's what it says.
my screen is frozen, unfortunately.
I'd be happy to share for you. What would you like? Would
Okay,
you
I'm
like
I'm in
the
Google
site
Earth.
plan or Google?
Well,
Oh,
I'm Google Earth Street View, just looking at the front of the property. And we have about a 15 to 16 foot vegetative mass that is impossible to see through. There's so much screening at that location that all you can see is the
Jim, if you
driveway.
could stop sharing, then,
Okay.
or is your screen frozen?
Everything is frozen, unfortunately.
Yikes.
Um,
Claudia, you might be able
maybe
to.
Claudia can release me. I'm sorry about that.
Thanks, Claudia.
You wanna try again?
How's that? Jim is, oh no.
Everything's frozen, but if you guys can hear me, I think what I'm gonna do is shut my machine down. Marina, I'll let you show that street view in order to answer Steve's question.
Yeah. So hopefully everybody could see here, right? There's one spot where we would be 15 feet from the property line, but it would be just that one spot. And then the home or an adjacent property is really completely hidden apart from this driveway location. Does that help orient everybody?
Yes.
And then I can go back to the plan, if that would be helpful and show that, it's at that one little point, and then everywhere else it's in the front, it's 23 feet. And in addition to that, the portion that's outside the property line. Let me find the correct file to share. Share screen, hello. There we are, yes. Okay, so as you can see, this is 23 feet, 4 inches. And then this is at this last moment, and then there's basically open space after that.
And just, Marina, the 15 feet at the closest location, that's just to the property line, and even along Mount Lucas.
Is
there's also-
another 15 feet.
Okay.
Correct.
I have a quick question. You know the square footage of the existing building? You said the new one would be 1,900 square feet. If you knew what the,
That's a good question. I have the tax record somewhere. I will be able to find that in a minute. Bear with me. Yes, so according to the tax records, it's 1,216 square feet, and then there is a detached garage as well.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what the tax record says. I can't tell you if it's precise, but
But it is a two-story building.
correct.
I think, from my standpoint, I think you clarified the setback on Mount Lucas.
Thank you. Hopefully that technical difficulty wasn't too confusing.
Sorry.
Board members, are there any other questions of Mr. Kamalchek? Michael?
No, I believe I understand it, and I think the house behind, I think because it is set back off of Mount Lucas itself, is more closely in line with the garage, which is a smaller building, and so it's not so kind of overwhelmed. It's definitely not, in my opinion, not impacted as far as overwhelmed by the main house, because it's not in line with the main house, according to the pictures on my phone.
Thank you. Thank you. Board
And-
members? Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'll please finish and then we'll move on.
No, I really don't have any questions. Anything would be for discussion among board members, but maybe one question, on the setback off of Mount Lucas or Valley. I was thinking about if you go up Witherspoon to past Conti's, those houses are set back, between Guyot and Henry. And it's quite similar if I'm remembering correctly. So with the 15 feet, if I'm not remembering correctly, then someone can say that.
No, I think you are. Those houses are set back from the street. Not significant, they're very minimal. Yeah.
Yeah, I realize we're supposed to deal with the zone that this lot is in, but as I think people have said, it's such an unusual zone. And this lot is shaped, even though it's only 4% less area, it's how it's shaped and it's on the corner.
Yeah.
But I look forward to hearing from any residents and neighbors.
All right, board members, if there are no other questions, please, applicant, please continue.
If the board has no further questions, the applicant will conclude their presentation.
Okay, if there are no other questions, then we'll open this up to the public, but we can hear from the applicant one more time before we do open it to the public. Okay. All right, so at this time, we're going to open it up to the public. Anybody who has a comment relative to this application, please indicate that by raising your hands On the lower portion of the screen, there's a button. Claudia, have you gotten an indication anyone wants to speak on behalf of this application?
Yes, I'm trying to move him over. 1 second, please.
Okay, maybe you can elevate someone.
Mr. Rounds, Stephen Rounds.
Mr. Rounds, you're muted.
How's that? Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, very good. I
Mr.
swear to
Rounds,
tell the
if-
truth. Yes.
that's fine. And if you're comfortable identifying your address, please do so.
Yeah,
11 Terhune Road.
11 Terhune Road.
All right, thank you very much.
Approximately 3.5 minutes ago, I walked down and took a measurement.
I'm sorry, did you get sworn in?
Yeah, he's
I'm
sworn
sorry.
in.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
I promise to tell the truth.
Okay.
About 3.5 minutes ago, I took a break and walked down to the sidewalk. And you said it's 15 feet setback to the sidewalk and then another 15 feet. The other 15 feet you mentioned is not 15 feet. It's a 6-foot wide sidewalk in 1.5 feet green space. So a total of 7.5 feet as opposed to 15 feet. So which goes more to Mr. Cohen's point that it's not a really large setback, let's put it that way. So you may want to, whoever has the measuring tape might want to go out there and check it again.
I'd be happy to clarify that.
Sure.
So maybe it was confusing what we explained, but it goes the roadway,
Yes.
then there's a green strip,
Yeah.
then there's the sidewalk,
Correct.
and then there's space, and then there's the property line, which it's not visible in reality, so you
How
can't
lo-
really measure that. And I just measured in our survey that was prepared by a licensed surveyor, and it's 16 feet
Well, then
to
that
the
would,
property line.
so there's a municipal space you're talking about between the sidewalk and that 15 feet. And what is that?
Correct.
distance?
So
where-
overall, from the building, from the road where the curb is to where the property line is 16 feet on the Mount Lucas side. From that 16 feet, you measure again another 15 feet, 2 inches. So it is really difficult to measure to the property line because there's no visual, it's not a line that exists. It's not the edge of the sidewalk. It's just an abstract line that exists in the deed, unfortunately.
Okay. Seeing that we're talking abstractions, I would follow up with agreement, both my wife and I agreeing that the setback is still not that big. I mean, if it's 15 feet, it will swallow up the other house. Which goes to the point which hasn't been brought up again, which was brought up last time at February's meeting, was why 2 buildings? You know, so that was brought up before, hasn't been brought up tonight. I didn't know if the board members wanted to bring that up. Feel free to.
And
Yes, thank you.
I'm Dale Rounds. You can swear me in as well.
All right, Ms. Rounds, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to speak that that the applicants have done a very good job of focusing our attention and our camera lens on the municipal buildings rather than turning it around and focusing it on the actual neighborhood. And this is not a municipal lot. It is a neighborhood lot, and is a lot for a single family home in a neighborhood of single family homes. And admittedly, the applicant has said that the lot is too small to comply with the current zoning. And so I'm having difficulty understanding why the answer to that is 2 units instead of 1. One building could very easily be built on that lot and comply with the current setback of the current building and comply with the 35-foot setback from Mount Lucas. Such a building would be in keeping, actually truly in keeping with the neighborhood, and would not swallow up number 9 Mount Lucas Road. which is, I think is a problem, that this house is just gonna dwarf that property. And someone else comes along someday to buy that property and they want to do something, so they cut down the bushes. And now all of a sudden, they've got their neighbors breathing down their neck. I think it's problematic. If the owners really wanted to have a multi-generational, 2-generational household, then they should buy a piece of property that's bigger and can accommodate two units. I feel like this is disingenuous. And it is not a municipal lot. It is a residential lot for one home. And that's what we have here is single homes. So that's what I have to say. And as far as, you know, the detriment or what is good or bad about it, I mean, good, I'd like to see something new there. I think that's lovely. I'd like to see somebody move in and actually live there and not put 2 units and maybe Airbnb the second one. And I think it's too dense. We don't need more density here. These 2 streets, Valley Road and Terhune, have not yet felt the impact of all the development down the street at the shopping center. All of those cars are going to come down these streets to get to 206. And I think it's absurd to take this already busy corner and put 2 units on that corner, make the driveway bigger. Lovely that you have a turnaround, but it's still going to be a disaster. There's too many cars and too many people. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Claudia, anyone else indicated they'd like to speak?
Yes, sir, Dennis, you're muted.
I am muted no longer. Thank you.
Mr. Shell, we need to swear you in, and if you're comfortable, would you also give us your address?
Yes, I swear to tell the truth. I am at 8 Turner Court, Princeton.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, as a local resident, I took a look at the plans and I walked around that corner this afternoon just to kind of get a feel for where everything was. And I got to echo the rounds. And think about this for a second. We have a property that is very oddly shaped. Oh, I'm sympathetic to that. If you know where 8 Turner Court is, I'm on a pie-shaped lot at the corner of Turner and Terhune, and I have 0.23 acres, which puts me under that 0.25 acres. So I get it. It's an odd-shaped lot. You will never put a house on there that satisfies the 65-foot or whatever it was, 63-foot setback from Valley. But you don't need to go, if you've got a lot that is too small, too oddly positioned to support any new construction of just a single house, why would you put 2 there? That doesn't make sense. Why would you put 3 there was a comment that was made that the 3 of the setback variances are required because there's 3 buildings. Well, why put 3 buildings there? That doesn't make sense. A single family house that has sufficient setback on Mount Lucas, a decent backyard, yeah, you're going to have to grant that front yard variance there on Valley. There's no way around that. Would be perfectly in keeping with the neighborhood and all of the surrounding area. And seriously, if you want to stand on the corner of Valley and Mount Lucas during the day and hear the traffic going by, somebody mentioned that Valley had more traffic than Mount Lucas. No way. But there's a lot of traffic there. Why would you want to stick your house 15 feet, okay, 30 feet from the actual side of the roadway when you could have a little bit more setback and have a little more privacy, you know, just silence in your home? It really doesn't make sense to me. The last thing I want to mention is that there are a lot of talk about aesthetic improvement. And I will definitely say that constructing a new dwelling on that lot is going to give you aesthetic improvement. The existing house is not ideal. a new home certainly would be a great benefit. But slapping something, there was discussion about how the design of the home was to blend in with the area, as in the Valley Road School across the street, the municipal complex, the first aid rescue squad. Well, that's not residential. That's industrial. A residential dwelling, and it sticks in an area of all residentially styled houses. It makes no sense. So I'm not going to, I'm not qualified, and I'm not going to step out and say certain designs are unacceptable, because that's not the job of the zoning board. Job of the zoning board is to make sure that the existing properties that are built are in line with the neighborhood. I know that ADUs are sexy, and they're actually not a bad idea, but they don't have to go everywhere. And this lot is not the right place for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Claudia, is there anybody else that's indicated they'd like to speak?
There are no hands.
Okay. All right, we'll give it a couple of seconds here. All right, hearing no one else who'd like to comment, we'll close the public portion of the hearing. And before we move on to executive session, would you like to make any closing comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to address a few of the comments that the public raised. First, as it relates to a concern about the ADU potentially being utilized as an Airbnb or similar short-term rental. That is certainly not my client's intention. And if the board desired, we'd be willing to insert a condition in the approval that the ADU is not to be used as a short-term rental, such as an Airbnb. So if we can address, I believe, Ms. Round's concern in that way, we'd be happy to do so. As it relates to the side yard setbacks and the idea of having two buildings rather than one, I believe during Jim's planning testimony, it was actually one of the benefits of this property that the buildings are more spread out, one. But two, and Marina, you can jump in here as well. I do believe we can shift the new main house a little bit further east. Am I correct in that, Marina? So we can work with that as well to give a little bit more buffer between Mount Lucas Road and the proposed new main dwelling.
Yes, I'm happy to chime in as well. If I guess it'll probably be easiest for me to share screen one more time. Sorry about that. My goodness. Let me try that again. Sorry, not working. Okay, where's the share screen? There we go. Okay, yes, here we are. So this map over here, see if I could zoom in, shows that interestingly enough, as you could see, so the lots are oriented towards Valley Road and create a certain rhythm. And at this corner, an additional benefit to having a smaller ADU and a smaller house rather than one combined larger structure, I believe, is that if you could see, this is 85 and this is 150, it effectively breaks it down along a similar rhythm of Valley Road. And because this lot is sort of sideways towards Valley Road, it allows us to create buildings that show their kind of narrow portion that way. So it reinforces that rhythm, and is that transitions from single family residential area towards the more municipal, it creates that pivot point where it sort of continues the rhythm from one side, continue the rhythm from the other side, and creates a corner element that we believe is really going to improve that location. And then one comment was, if everybody feels really strongly that this is not enough. So this is what I was explaining to clarify. So when the gentleman mentioned that he went and measured, so when you're standing there, you could see there's a green strip, then there's the sidewalk, and then there's no way to see where the property line in reality is. So the property line exists. So I measured on the survey, this is 16 feet. So if everybody feels really strongly that this is not enough, we could move it east a little bit if we feel that this is important, to create a little bit more of a buffer zone. I can't think that would be so terribly detrimental. We would be making a little more impervious coverage, but I don't think we're in any tight point on that. So I don't think that that's a big issue. So if the board felt that, you know, it would be better to move it a little bit east, I don't expect that to be that detrimental. Unless anybody, you know, if you have a feeling on that.
I have a question about the parking.
Mhm.
So is this intended to park 3 cars out front and 1 in the garage? Like for, go ahead.
That's a good question. So the ADU is required to have 1 parking space and the house is required to have 2 parking spaces. So the idea was to now allow enough clearance so people could get in and out without having to have tandem parking for the main house.
Got it. Okay. But if that helps to tighten up and shift the house east,
Then
and tighten
tandem
up the
parking, right, so
yeah.
then it would be tandem parking so that one person would have to pull out and the other person would have to pull out. It's just sort of turning around, getting on Valley Road is possible and could be done. So if we feel that would be helpful, we could probably do that. We just need to make sure that the ADU has its own parking spot allocated for them. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but that might help to kind of to tighten things up a bit and address concerns about the
I mean, we would
house,
have
the
to check with
proximity
our
to-
clients, but I believe that, I believe that's doable.
But I think should keep in mind that 15-foot is 1 point, you know, and that there's a much, you know, and now that it's been clarified, which I'm glad to hear that it's sort of double that at that narrowest point to from that point to the street, and then there's only more as you get farther towards Valley Road.
Yes, that's a really good point. Thank you for
I would
clarifying. Right, so
feel like
it's
that was-
23 plus 16, sorry.
Right, I would just feel like that's, it's, I don't, that doesn't bother me. I think that's, you know, it's a lot more than, it's that 1 point that is the closest, but it's still double 15 actually from that point, as you say. So.
Okay.
Again,
Go ahead, please, Mike.
I have a question. I guess I'm not seeing moving it a little bit, the impact of tightening up. I don't see it substantial at all. Is one thing, if you can explain again what you're seeing, Ms. Rabina, and also the statement about the rhythm of the 3 buildings being similar to the rhythm down Valley Road. I don't think, since all the Valley, fronting on Valley Road is basically green space because of this crazy not crazy, but 65-foot setback. I don't see, and maybe somebody can explain it to me, anything that can be done on that lot that is similar to the rest of Valley Road.
I would agree with you, Michael.
So to say that it's just, I just can't buy it.
I understand your point. The point I'm trying to make is that there's a certain width as it repeats Valley Road of 85 feet, and ours is close to twice as wide, which creates a very different configuration. But
Yeah.
you're making a really good point, because the buildings are set back quite a bit on this particular property. There is nowhere at all one could be set back that far.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think what you were saying is, Marina, is that there's nothing you can do to replicate how far back the houses are, but you can kind of mirror the distance between houses
Correct.
in the front as you go along Valley Road.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you for making it so much more clear.
Which still may be totally irrelevant because
We're trying our best.
it's vacant green space that you're comparing it to. You don't see fences, you don't see lot lines.
Yes,
So,
those are pure
I-
theoretical property lines that exist in
Yeah.
theory. Yes.
Yeah, but
Board members, any other questions or comments? You know, I have one, I guess it's in our first hearing, we did talk about, and one of the neighbors brought it up this evening, the idea of one structure rather than two structures. Again, it's a very small lot. One structure would minimize, I would think, the visual impact on the street and allow for a more unified green space. Because now you've got a small walled area between Mount Lucas and the house, and then an open space between the main house and the parking lot or the parking area. And then the house, the ADU is right up against that, and then a green space on the other side. So you've got a number of different separations there, and maybe just one structure would be a better composition and a better solution for this very narrow lot. Just a thought. It was brought up at the first hearing also, I believe.
I can try to address it. So to me, it seemed that creating because the lot is oriented perpendicular to Valley Road, that you will have effectively a long building parallel to Valley Road, which does not seem in keeping. So actually breaking it up, it allows to maintain, although be it abstract, but that kind of 80-foot rhythm going along on both sides, right? So that it's short side facing Mount Lucas and short side facing Valley Road rather than long side facing Valley Road. So to me, it seemed more appropriate to do it that way. But again, that's my opinion on
Sure.
the property.
And you are the architect for the project, so that's fine. Okay. Any other discussions of the project? Board members? Okay, so I guess we've got everything we need. So we can discuss it further, or if someone would like to make a motion, we can entertain that.
I'd like to discuss it. Are we in executive session now?
We are.
Yes.
I was making notes while we were talking, and the lot is slightly less than 0.24 acres as far as I can tell. And I have been driving around town and looking at some of the other projects we've approved and looked at plans and then looked at how they actually turn out. I'm always sort of overwhelmed by how much bigger the actual project looks than it does. You just kind of lay it out on a plan like this. In the notes I made, I was curious. We got into the further discussion because you do make a good argument about any building would require a variance. But I really don't understand how 3 buildings or 2 buildings plus a garage make it better. I really, that's a small lot. There's no way around it. It does require variances. I do not understand how having an auxiliary unit on that property is good. I also, in looking at the design plans, very strongly felt that the design, I find the design to be interesting, but it is mirroring the institutional surroundings and not the residential surroundings. And I really, you're looking at a length of that street is residential, but you're going to start it off with another institutional building that looks like the fire building I don't like these plans, and I don't think they justify a variance in my mind. So that's how I feel about it.
Board members?
I made some notes too while this was going on. And one of the things I heard several people say is that this is too small for 2 houses. But it's not 2 houses. It's a house with an ADU, and an ADU is a little different. It's a different animal in a way. It's not, and it also is smaller, but it's allowed. I don't think that anything that correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that anything that we're talking about here is any of the variances have to do with making it possible for that ADU to be there, because that is allowed. So I actually think this is a really great plan. I think that the architect went back and took things that we said seriously and changed things pretty dramatically. I'm not sure that it's fair to say that this building now looks institutional, because what I think I heard was that it's meant to kind of relate to those other buildings. I mean, I'd also say that it's not up to us to weigh in on design. So I think that a comment was made that there's a reference to the other buildings, but I'm not sure these buildings don't look like Valley Road to me. That Valley Road School, and I think for them to be kind of as they are between really kind of on both sides relating to institutional buildings, but at the point of a neighborhood, and still obviously a house with an ADU and with a small garage. I mean, I think that's a tricky design problem, but I don't know if it's fair to say it now looks like, to me, it does not look like I'd get confused and think I was showing up to pay my taxes if I drove by there.
Well, we don't have a we don't have a design criteria
Right.
that relates to massing and aesthetics. We have our neighborhood character ordinance, but it doesn't go to the exterior design, material and form.
No, but the applicant did bring it up, that it was,
They did.
that it was
You're
designed
right.
in that direction, which is the only reason why I would even think of that.
And it's, you know, really half the applications we get, you know, the applicant gives one side of the take on it, and as the resident said, but they don't compare it to what the houses look like in the neighborhood. But I come to expect that from, you know, the applicant's side. They give the reasons why we should approve and not why we shouldn't. And I've never heard, you know, heard somebody say my design is totally opposite of what's in the neighborhood. So that's what gets said. My initial struggle in the beginning, the really beginning, of the first hearing is wondering, should ADUs be on a corner lot? I know ADUs is something that, you know, the town has written an ordinance, and it's in play now. But I don't know if anybody thought through, what about a corner lot? Does that really work? And it's always going to trigger some kind of variance on setback, as everybody pretty much agrees. So that's a problem. On the other hand, this application is not asking for a variance for FAR anymore. They could build the same size combined house. You know, it's a bit of a struggle. I think also they haven't violated the height, any, you know, neither FAR or they're not so high they need some kind of variance. Personally, I wish the FAR ordinance had some kind of limitation on height on the ADU. There is some, I've been getting from watching other hearings at the planning board, that there seems to be, you know, you could build a smaller main house and a smaller ADU. Now, I'm not sure that that would satisfy everyone, even if they were smaller. But ADUs are, you know, are here by ordinance. It's just a matter of how many variances. And that's where I am. I don't know how many variances are too many, or if you eliminate the FAR and you know, you meet the height, is that okay? Well, I think that's all I'll say at this point. But those are some of my thoughts. I think this is a better design than before. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think this is a very difficult site for a lot of reasons, and the fact that it's really all about setbacks and that ADUs are permitted and they're within all the other requirements except setbacks. I think it is an improvement over what's there, and you know, there would be issues with a single family home, and they're within what's permissible to construct the ADU. So I can support it. I think if it can be tightened up by shifting it a bit over to increase the 15 feet towards Mount Lucas, if that helps for other board members to support it. You know, I think that's achievable. It should be achievable.
Thank you. Any other comments? You know, I brought up the setback earlier and again, I think everybody knows how I feel about the 15 feet. But quite frankly, I do think this is an improvement over the original design. Personally, I would have rather have seen one structure rather than two. But this is what the applicant's chosen. And as long as the homeowner is comfortable with it, I do think it's too close. But again, as Michael brought up in that rhythm that comes up with a spoon, you know, again, it's not totally unrelated. As far as the design goes, I don't think really we can comment on that. That's up again to the architect and the owner. So those are my feelings. So that being said, would someone like to make a motion?
I move we reject the application.
Do we have a second for that?
So what do I do? Withdraw my motion?
No, it just means your motion fails because we don't have a second. So do we have, and keep in mind that there are a number of bulk variances. And then this applicant is also looking for a D variance, temporary, I guess, measured by the condition described in Derek's memo. But that requires 5 affirmative votes because that variance is seeking now to allow 2 principal dwellings on the lot, which is not a use that is permitted without variance. So either you can vote on the bulk variances first and then have a second motion with respect to the use variance they want, which is, and as Derek described in his memo, he's saying that previously, I think the board did allow this with the condition that the existing principal dwelling would have to be demolished within 18 months or within 90 days of receipt of a temporary CO for the new residents, whichever is first. And in the previous approval, the applicant was required to provide a cost estimate from their engineer for the cost of demolition of the existing residence to be secured either with a performance bond or a letter of credit to be reviewed by the board's land use engineer.
Karen, what would be the point of separating them?
Because in one case, you need 5 affirmative votes each. If you don't have 5 affirmative votes for that use variance, then it fails. So it's possible that the applicant could get sufficient votes for their bulk variances, but they're not going to be able to get 5 votes for the use variance so that they can stay in the existing house and build the new one, then tear down the existing house and then build their ADU. So that's why I'm saying that we can do it combined, but what may end up happening is that there are negative votes because there are negative votes and there is not enough then for them to get that use variance. And it would appear that I would think the bulk variances are the heart of the application. So, but I can't speak for the applicant. So if it's also critical that they be able to have two principal dwellings for some limited period of time. I don't know if the applicant's attorney wants to speak to that.
So I think our preference would be to bifurcate the vote on this, just to see if we have the votes for the D1 and then separately the votes for the bulk variances needed for the balance of the application.
But, Mr. Mayor, you're saying that you want the board to vote first with respect to the use variance?
Yes.
Hmm.
Or we can do we can do the bulk first if that's the board's preference.
Karen, why don't you just summarize the bulk variances? I think we know what the use variance is.
Okay, so the applicant needs variances for lot area. The required is 10,890 square feet. They're proposing 10,424 square feet. They need a variance for lot depth. They're proposing 75 feet. That's 10 feet under what is required. They need a front yard setback variance from prevailing from Valley Road. They're proposing a 15-foot setback for the principal dwelling. Front yard setback from Valley Road for the ADU. They're proposing 22.7 feet for the ADU. They need a front yard setback from Mount Lucas Road. They're proposing 15 feet for the principal dwelling, and they need a front yard setback or the prevailing setback from Derek, this is Mount Lucas or it's Valley, my mistake, from Valley Road for the garage. They're proposing a 49-foot setback. And they also need a variance for the driveway width. The zone has a maximum width of 22 feet for the first 75 feet of the lot. The applicant is proposing a driveway of 36 feet wide. So those are the bulk variances they need. So if the board is amenable to voting first on that and then addressing in a separate motion the use variance to allow more than one principal dwelling on the lot for a certain period of time.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, do you want us to do that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, so we'll take, you care which one we do first?
The bulk variances, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. So what do we do on this, Karen? Does somebody have to
All right,
make a motion?
so we had a motion to deny, which did not get a second. So I'm assuming the next motion is going to be a motion to approve the bulk variances. So that would be the motion to approve the requested bulk variances.
Do we have a motion to approve the bulk variances?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the bulk variances under the C1.
Okay, do we have
I'll second that.
Okay,
Was that
I'm
Eve,
sorry.
Eve seconded?
yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any discussion of it before we vote? Okay, Claudia, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Chen,
Yes.
Ms. Coulson,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
No, because it's a corner lot and there's so many variances.
Mr. Shriver,
No,
Mr. Stein,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
I'll vote yes, but I am concerned that ultimately the awkwardness of the front yard setbacks is gonna be objectionable to the homeowner, but that's my opinion, so, but I do vote yes for the bulk variances.
Alrighty, well then, that motion passes, the bulk variances are approved.
Okay, now the D variance,
Correct. And I'll just note that I know that Derek has indicated that in a previous application, the board allowed a period of 18 months or within 90 days of receipt of a temporary CO. It's up to the board what time frame you want to fix. So it can be 18 months. It can be less, whatever, or however you want to structure it. And then again, the recommendation or the indication was that in that prior application, there would be the obligation to provide a cost estimate for the cost of the demolition. In the event that the applicant did not comply, they didn't demolish the existing residence. And that would have to be secured with a performance bond or a letter of credit.
So is that part of a motion, Karen, or is that?
I would say that would be part of the motion, that the motion, I think the way it could be phrased is that you will grant the use variance to allow the two principal dwellings for the limited time period of, or put another way, it can be allowed, but it would have to be demolished within 18 months of construction of that new dwelling, or within 90 days receipt of a temporary CO for approval of the new residence, whichever is first, along with the cost estimate for the cost of demolition and either performance bond or a letter of credit, and that form has to be approved by the land use engineer. As I'm saying this, I did have one question, Derek, for you. We're talking about within 18 months of the approval tonight.
I think it's fair to, I mean, there's a 45-day appeal period from next month, so I would say it's the resolution of approval, publication of it.
So
That's
within 18
acceptable to
months
the board.
publication. Okay.
So it's
So
not,
it's,
it's not 18 months from the completion of the house. It's the, from.
no, because keep in
Right.
mind that
Yep.
the municipal ordinances require that construction be initiated within a year of receiving approval of your variances. If you have a kind of application that requires a construction permit in order to implement your variances, then you must begin that, get your permits and begin within a year. It's true that you can ask for extensions of that, but in this case, the applicant is being given longer than, because
No, that makes sense.
that's-
When I first heard it, I thought it was 18 months after completion, which sounded awfully long and not reasonable. So this makes sense to me. What is actually the case.
I mean, I'm not sure that it was fully articulated why the applicant needs this. And I bring that up only because I think maybe this only happened once before where this was approved by the board. So perhaps it would be helpful just for the applicant's attorney to clarify why they're looking for this. Just because there may be future applicants who also say, I'm interested in this too.
So if the board would hear, I'd be happy to give some further insight on that. The reason why we're seeking this is that the property right now is my client's primary residence. And it would be a burden on them to find temporary housing for the period in which the existing building is demolished and the new primary residence is being constructed. Additionally, they have a mortgage on this property, and it would be a violation of the mortgage for there not to be a dwelling on the property. So it would create major problems for my client to have nothing there.
But then eventually, I guess you're saying they'd have to pay off that mortgage, correct?
Well,
If they're gonna demolish the house?
It'd either do that or they'd be in default of the mortgage. And the bank could accelerate.
Jesus Christ.
So is there further discussion that the board wants to have on the issue of the use variance, or?
If there's no discussion, somebody should make a motion. Then we can discuss the motion, I guess.
Yeah,
I would move to approve this motion as stated by our attorney.
I'll second it.
Discussion of the motion?
Wondering what kind of financial burden a bond might place on the applicant. If they're, I mean, I guess that's not up to us, right? We don't care. That's their problem.
well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a bond, it can be a letter of credit. And, you know, the way a letter, it's called a standby letter of credit. That means that a bank, they'll work out with the bank what kind of money they need to keep on deposit with the bank. In the event the letter of credit gets called in. So it doesn't have to be a bond. And usually then there's some agreement with the bank, and under the terms of the agreement, if the applicant doesn't demolish as required, and most likely there would be some notice, something in it that, you know, the bank would say, well, can you first notice, you know, advise our borrower here that they're going to be in default. And then if the applicant did not demolish, then the bank would have to pay out. They would use the cash that that their customer has on deposit to meet the requirement. That's why they'll stand behind at the bank, but you know, then money has to be on deposit with them.
I think that's something I would imagine we can leave up to our engineer to determine the mechanism to do that, and whether he wants a bond or a letter of credit. I mean, to me, this is the temporary use of the house while they're building the other is just an accommodation to the resident, and I don't see any reason to force them to move out. It's going to be uncomfortable enough living in a construction zone the way he has it. And I'm sure, barring any unforeseen conditions, he's going to want to get this done as soon as possible so he can move on and complete everything. So I think it's just, you know, we can have our engineer look at it and determine what he feels is the proper time, and you know, whether he wants a letter of credit or a bond or whatever. I think it's just a temporary situation. I do agree with Eve. This 18 months starting from now already limits it, because he's still got to
Well,
get
actually,
every.
it's I think what Derek had suggested is 18 months from the date of publication of the resolution. Because what happens is next month, you see the resolution, you vote on it. Then, as with every application, there is a publication in the newspaper to formally, you know, let the world know this variance has been approved. And that's when Derek had mentioned that with every variance approval, there is a 45-day period where an objector can step in and sue. So, but his recommendation, and I think it's an appropriate one, is that this time period runs 18 months from the date of adoption of the resolution, which will be next month.
Yeah, I think everybody's gonna want to get it done as soon as possible. All right, so we at least, are there any questions about what Karen's saying or any of the discussion we have? Did, I'm sorry, did we have a motion and a second?
You did.
We
Yes,
did, so if there's no more discussion, if we want to vote on it. And this, just one other thing, this requires 5 affirmative votes, is that correct?
yes.
Okay,
Ms.
All right.
Chen,
Yes.
Ms. Coulson,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes,
Mr. Shriver,
No,
Mr. Stein,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
yes,
Well, that, let's just see. No, it has 5, so it passes.
okay. All right, thank you, good luck. And give it your best shot.
I'm sorry, I wanted to mention one thing. I noticed the nice fence that Marina had on her elevations. That is a nice element of the design. Could that be put on the plan view just so it doesn't get missed in the plan review? So
I think that's important, I
like
agree.
on Jim Kamalek's, if you're doing the site plan, if you could show that fence that covers up the air conditioners and the garbage and everything. So
We can do that, no problem.
thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Our second,
all.
I'm sorry,
So thank you.
you're welcome, you're welcome.
Can I have 5 minutes?
Yes, I was gonna suggest the same thing.
Thank you.
So it is 9:45, so 9:50 we'll be back in the box.
Ugh. I'm not late.
Nope, right on the money. Okay. We are, Claudia, you there? Claudia?
Let me check. Excuse me.
Steve, the recording is still on, so you can go ahead, I think.
Yeah, I just would like Claudia to be back.
I don't blame you.
Is Claudia back, Derek?
She should be back short. She's not back yet, so, I mean, if the
Oh.
recording's on, I think we can
We can go.
begin.
Okay. All right. Our next, let me just grab it. Our next application. It's back here. Our next application is case number Z24-481, 650 Great Road, block 3501, lot 1.01, 2.01, 11, and 12 in the E4 zone. Karen, is everything in order?
Yes, the noticing is in order. The board has jurisdiction tonight.
Okay. Before we begin, it's 10 to 10 now. Board members, do we want to hold the line at 11 o'clock this evening? Any comment on that? We'll go to 11. I don't know how long this application is going to take, but it's seems to be a little bit involved. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll be surprised if it takes that long.
Okay. Me
I
too.
just would ask that you maybe want to talk to the applicant's attorney.
Okay.
I think there's
Okay,
a
well, we
time
need
set for-
Claudia to let him in because I don't see him on the screen.
It shouldn't take that long, Michael. You're quite right.
Well,
But
I do have a question that is maybe out of order, but I'll ask it unless you stop me, which is that I noticed, I feel like I'm channeling Michael right now. I was sort of proud of myself that I noticed this because I feel like it's something he would do. But in the chapter T10B land use, article 11 zoning, it says, goes over and over again talking about the planning board shall, if approval granted by the planning board, it talks about the planning board over and over again, and we are not the planning board. So I was curious as to why we're hearing this.
Well, I'll
Good
explain
point.
that in my memo.
Did I not read the fine print of your memo?
It's a little
Well-
different of a case.
hey, Derek, you had said you thought that with respect to the time for tonight, that it might be helpful to check with the applicant's attorney.
Yeah,
Yes,
Okay,
Sure,
and
good
Mr. Wine, you're representing the applicant tonight?
yes, I am. Good evening, everybody.
Do I need to move anybody over?
Yes, I can tell you I have I have 3 witnesses, but to Mr. Floyd's comment before, I don't actually expect our application to take an incredible amount of time, but I would like to go through my witnesses. Those would be, you should see 3 individuals in the queue, Ms. Sabalos named Mr. O'Shea. That's Tom O'Shea. Then you should also see Miss Handabode. That's Jessica Handabode. And then finally, you should see Jeffrey Martell. So while you bring, and it looks like I see 2 of them have all 3 have been brought in. Thank you. So I will just indicate for the record, and I'll let Mr. Bridger do his go through his memo as needed. But I don't anticipate spending a significant amount of time, given that this application is seeking technically minor site plan with a D1 use variance, but we are proposing absolutely no changes to the site. We're not even proposing to cut I mean, we will end up cutting blades of grass, I'm sure, for maintenance, but really there are no proposed site changes whatsoever. So this application is really to install a camp use, a summer camp use in the existing Princeton Day School campus. And again, that does trigger D1 use variance relief, given that the proposed camp use is not permitted. So that's really the application. There are no bulk variances. You know, what I'd like to do is I would have our engineer, Mr. O'Shea, simply bring up the plan for the sake of orienting the board to the project. Again, there are no site changes, but I think it would be helpful for the board, though I'm sure everybody is familiar with the Princeton Day School campus. And then really the bulk of the testimony will be Ms. Handabode walking through the operations of the camp, the proposed camp, and then Mr. Martell walking through the testimony as it relates to the D1 use variance. So I will certainly be deferential to the board, but I also note that I'd be remiss if I didn't say that it is, May 22nd, and should this board hopefully approve our application, obviously the goal would be to be in right at the end of June. So it's not on this board. It's certainly us cutting it close. And I want to start by simply thanking Mr. Bridger immensely. He has been not just a pleasure to work with, but really, really helped fast track this application to this board so that, again, should you approve it, we'd be able to start operating for this summer, which is certainly our goal. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board, and then I'm happy to walk through the project in more detail.
Derek, can you summarize your memo, please?
Thank you, Chairman Cohen. I'm going to be brief because Justin Lesko is here, and I think, a lot of this is going to relate to planning testimony. So I'll kind of repeat some of Mr. Wine's comments. The application's been filed by the Bright Horizons Child Centers LLC seeking minor site plan and use variance approval pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-70D1 to permit a for-profit children's summer camp at the Princeton Day School. While such for-profit camp is a prohibited use in accordance with section 10B254, which does not permit commercial camps that are for profit. The applicants requested numerous waivers. I reviewed them. The memo is a joint memo between myself and Dan Weissman, the land use engineer. And we don't have any problems with the waivers requested because there is no site work being conducted at the site. We do ask if the application is favorably viewed by the zoning board as a condition of approval. The applicant shall update the site plan with the name, address, and signature of the applicant and the list of property owners within 200 feet of the subject property and the required signature format on all plans. The only other areas in our memo that we would like the applicant to touch upon are the drop-off of students, how it will work with the PDS camps that go there, what the number of drop-offs will be, the traffic impact. And that's really what we're looking at in our memo. As I said, there's no site improvements. And if you don't have any questions, I'll hand it over to Justin Lesko, who is our Director of Planning, and he's prepared a memo that addresses the use variance and some of the planning issues.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Bridger? Okay, keep it going.
Mr. Lesko, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And good evening, members of the board, members of the public. I think Derek set the stage very well. I'll just add a few comments. First and foremost, the applicant will need to prove the positive and negative criteria to justify granting the use variance. In their application materials, they didn't include any written testimony to the variance, and they said they would provide it here. So it's a bit premature, just not possible for me to provide any sort of recommendation or agreement or disagreement with their argument until they've made it. Now, specifically about the operations of the camp, I'm sure the applicant will elaborate on that. The questions I have are about just how they'll operate in relation to the existing summer programs out of the Princeton Day School. Outside of this one, the school has their own. And of particular interest, kind of to echo what Derek said, is how the students will get to the site, the logistics of drop off and pickup, if buses will be used for that, assuming they're not, how the two programs, the day schools and the applicants will handle the daily influx of cars on the site. Again, with the assumption that only 1 or 2 or maybe 3 students will be in each of those cars. It's not a walkable or bikeable site. Or I shouldn't say that, but it's not a very walkable or bikeable site, especially if you have kids in tow. Additionally, the applicant should verify that they're just asking for this variance for this summer, or if they're asking for future summers as well. So that about summarizes my memo, and I'm happy to answer any questions either now or after the applicant's presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will note as well, we did receive Mr. Lesko's report. We will certainly do our best to address all of those comments which were in there. I will clarify for the record from the outset that the application is for all summers. It would be for this year to start now, and then also for future summers as well. And I apologize if that was less than clear in the application, but you know, I don't think it changes the proofs that we intend to put on, but I think it's a good point brought up by Mr. Lesko that any resolution of approval on this application should certainly make note of that as well. So with that, what I'll do, I'll give a very brief background just to you know, kind of reiterate a little bit of what I said before, but go into a little bit more detail. The applicant here, Bright Horizons, also known as Steve and Kate's Camp, is a national camp corporation. You'll hear from our operations expert that they operate approximately 70 of these similar summer camps across the United States. And again, she'll go into a little bit of detail as to how they operate, what they do, what's similar and what's a little bit different than your typical camp application. As I said before, we are proposing absolutely no site changes. The only thing that you might see during the summer that you would not see necessarily during the year is some temporary directional signage, which again goes to Mr. Lesko's point about how drop-off will operate. So, you know, we'll touch on that. But again, this is really an application to make use of the approximately, we're not using anywhere near the 75 acres of the PDS site, but to make use of a small portion of the Princeton Day School site when the school operation is not in session to avoid any conflicts. The PDS does have a small summer program, which again, we will touch on how these two uses will play with one another, but I can stipulate for the record that based upon my review of the operations of both, overall, the number of, I won't say students, but the number of children and the number of staff members for both of these operations throughout the summer will be substantially less than your typical day school operation during the year. Just to put it on the record, combined, we would be looking at approximately 250 students between the two camp uses versus approximately 900 students during your typical school operation. So just a little bit of flavor for that application. So with that, I would be happy to move straight into my first witness, which would be Mr. O'Shea, unless you have any questions of me at this point.
Board members, any questions of the attorney? Okay, keep going.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. O'Shea, if you can unmute yourself.
You're still muted, Tom. Mr. O'Shea, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
Just to preempt, we'll accept Mr. O'Shea as an expert.
Perfect, thank you. And just before I get to Mr. O'Shea, I did want to mention as well, I know there are only 6 board members here this evening. I think you started out with 7. I know this is a D1 use variance. Ordinarily, and I'm sure Ms. Casey especially can appreciate this, I would never take an application for a use variance with less than a full panel of the board due to time constraints. Again, in order to be operational this summer, if the board should approve this application, I've spoken to my client and we're going to get started here. So with that, Mr. O'Shea, would you like me to bring up your plans on the screen?
No, I think I can do that.
Okay, go right ahead.
Tell me when you can see the screen.
Looks like it is. There we go.
Okay, I have 2 exhibits. One is the entire campus, which is on the screen now, which is called the overall site
Your
plan.
screen.
Princeton.
Oh,
Day.
there we go. Okay, now I can. Sorry.
So this is the overall plan that shows the 4 lots, which comprise the 75 plus acres. We have lot 11 at the top of the site, which has many of the athletic facilities. The main lot, lot 12, picks the bulk of the academic campus, which includes the location where the camp will be situated. And then we have lots 201 and 202 at the bottom of the site at this location. Here is the school. If you're familiar with the school, we have Great Road on the right-hand side, and Great Road West is along the eastern border of the site at the top of the page. The second sheet is site plan, and this is a blow up of the academic buildings. And what this really shows is the circulation in the site, which is the same as during the school year, except we're not accessing the back of the site. Come in Great Road at this intersection with Coventry Farm Lane is a signalized intersection. And we come into the site from both the north and the south, circulates through the site, stops at this location, and then circulates this through the campus and back out to Great Road. The 2 portions of the building which the camp is under contract with Princeton Day School is the middle school and the upper school at the southern portion of the site. And the drop off is actually right in front, and then the pedestrian route goes into the building at this location. There is parking already out at the site. We have approximately 22 spaces along the inset at this location, other parking, and I think you're all familiar with the bulk of the parking out by the Great Road. Circulate through the site and back out to Great Road. Right now, I think that's what I've been asked to present. Is there anything else you'd like me to go through?
Yeah, Tom, I think that's really it. I know everyone's familiar with the site, but I think this kind of does help orient a little bit to the location of the site in question. So I have nothing further for Mr. O'Shea at this point.
Mr. Juan, would you like these marked as Exhibit A1 and A2 respectively?
Ms. Casey, I'll defer to you. They are exactly what were submitted to the board already more than 10 days in advance, but to the extent that you would like to have them marked, I'm certainly happy to do that as
Okay.
A1 and A2.
Great, thank you.
Okay, not hearing any questions. Would you like me to leave this exhibit on the screen?
Tom, if you don't mind for starters, let's do that as we go through Ms. Handeboat's testimony. And then she has her own exhibit that she'll put up. So I'll ask you to take it down afterwards.
That's fine. I would leave this one up, the blow up. I think it's better than the overall plan.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, Mr. Chair, can I call my next witness?
Certainly.
Perfect. So my next witness is Jessica Handeboat.
Hi. Ma'am, could you spell your name, please? The last name?
Yeah, H-A-N-D, like your hand. I, B as in boy, O, D as in David, E as in Eric. I am also going to
Yeah.
apologize. I have a toddler at home and she does not let me be on the computer. So I'm at Starbucks. So you guys get mood music while I speak as well.
Okay. And we'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Handebold, unlike, not that you're not a professional, but we're going to ask to have you sworn in as a fact witness. So if you don't mind giving the board the role that you play with Stephen Cates, and then hopefully they'll accept you as the, correct individual to speak to the operations.
For sure. My official title is Senior Site Operations. And so what that means here at Stephen Cates Camp is I focus on compliance and licensing at the state level for all of the states that we operate in. So I work with a lot of wonderful folks in New Jersey quite often. And so what I can do is I can also work on site operations with directors. So I have, with this site in particular, single-handedly helped them design their site layout, help them determine where X activity should go, where X staff members should keep their eyes on. So, yeah.
Okay, and Jessica, you would oversee or be very familiar intimately with the specific operations of this facility should this board approve the application. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
All right, so Chairman, I would like to have Ms. Handebold accepted as a fact witness, able to speak to the operations.
That's fine.
Thank you.
You're
All right, so Jess, why don't we start with a little bit of a background on Stephen Cates?
Great. Stephen Cates, I can get really far into it. We operate in 70 different states or 70 different locations across 18 different states and Washington, D.C. So we're all across the country at this point. But we started back in the early 1980s and then started expanding kind of in the mid 2000s. Stephen Cates has the philosophy of self-directed learning. So campers are going to get to pick and choose which activities they participate in. And we work with all these wonderful local schools and these great communities that we've, selected throughout the country to partner up and provide camping, day camping for the kids within the community. We offer things like sports and recreation to all different kinds of arts and crafts like sewing or what we call tinker, which is just kind of a fun term for arts and crafts at this point. Filmmaking and music recording and kind of all kinds of arts and tech-based activities.
Okay, great. And since we have this exhibit up on the screen right now, and I know you'll get to the circulation momentarily, but before we do that, can you walk me through a typical day in the life of, a Stephen Cates camper?
Yeah, for sure. So our doors open at 8 o'clock every day. So campers can be dropped off starting at 8. But we have a rolling drop off. So parents don't have to, there's no set time they have to be there. When they arrive, they are going to participate in a handful of activities that are open at that time. As the day goes on, as the morning goes on, I guess, more staff members arrive. So every 30 minutes, you'll have a new staff member arrive, which also means a new activity opens up. And so they can pick and choose. They have the option to eat a snack in the morning. They get provided lunch at noon. They also get afternoon snacks. And they can participate in all of the activities that we offer. All the activities that are seen on our website are available at this campsite every day. And then our pickups starts around 4 o'clock and our doors close at 6.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned rolling drop-offs and rolling pickups. So it's not that everybody shows up at 8 o'clock and everyone shows up at 6 p.m. to pick up.
Correct.
It is a approximately how long is your, I would call, peak window of each?
Our peak window goes from around 8:30 to 9:30, so about an hour. But you do see, it's probably about 10 to 15% that show up before 8:30, and then that 10 to 15% that show up between like 5:30 and 6. So it's kind of this nice little trickle in, and then there's a bigger rush, if you will, and then the same thing in the afternoons as well.
Okay, great. And in terms of the camper demographics, so can you talk a little bit about their ages and how many campers you expect to facilitate at this site?
For sure. So campers are as young as 4 and go up until the age of 12 here in the state of New Jersey. And we expect to see this year on average 70 to 80 campers per week. And then as we hopefully grow more at this location, should we be approved this evening, we hope to get upwards of 150 kids in the next 3 to 4 years.
Okay, and in terms of staff members, what does that translate to in terms of a ratio?
Yeah, so our ratio in New Jersey is actually very specific in order to receive our camp permit. So if a camper is under the age of 5, the ratio is 7 to 1. If they are over the age of 5, the ratio is 10 to 1. So with 70 kids, we're gonna have a minimum of 12, 15 staff members on average every day, somewhere in that range.
Okay, all right, perfect. And in terms of those staff members, have they received any type of training? Will they receive any type of training?
Yeah, so they all go through a pretty long, I would say, like a great, not long, it's not negative, it's a positive length of online training, and then a wonderful in-person training as well, where we go over a variety of things.
Okay, and they would be CPR and first aid certified as well?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. In terms of, you talked about the times that camp will be open, approximately, I assume this is approximately a 10-week program, give or take the calendar year, but you're open during the summer times, you know, and you're not going to be open when school is in session. Is that correct?
Correct. Our lease agreement with the school states that it would only happen during school off sessions.
Okay, so if for whatever reason, school one particular year ended sort of in later June, just based on the school calendar, you would not be able to start camp until after school has been completely recessed for the summer.
You are correct.
Okay, all right, so there will be no conflict between any school students and campers. They should never really be on the site at the same time.
That is right, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. You mentioned that you provide lunch and snacks to the kids. So can you talk a little bit about the deliveries and also whether or not providing lunch means there will be any kitchen operation?
Yeah, so there actually won't be any kitchen operation because we serve all individually prepackaged foods that are also delivered. So once per week, we get our big bulk snack delivery from a distribution company called US Foods. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with them. They will deliver once per week for a week's worth of snack items. And then our entrees for lunch are all delivered from local restaurants. So we're going to be partnering with Domino's Pizza for everyone's favorite cheese pizza, and Panera Bread for other entrees that are then delivered each day. They're delivered hot and fresh and ready to be served.
Okay, and they're, in your experience, they're delivered in standard delivery vehicles. These are not, you know, 18-wheelers or anything like that.
No, I think at the most it might be a catering van.
Okay, all right. So in your opinion, they should have no issue circulating the site at all. Okay.
No.
All right. Speaking of, and so you mentioned, so there's no cooking on site. So there will be, you know, not even microwave service or anything like that?
No microwaves.
Okay, wonderful. In terms of trash and recycling, can you walk me through how that will work?
Yeah, so we actually partner with the school's janitorial staff. So they'll be helping us out in the summer. So they're very familiar with the facility. They know it better than we do. And so they're going to be helping remove our trash on a daily basis and taking things to the dumpsters and recycling for us. In the event that we fill up that dumpster faster than their normal cycle of when the trash people come get it, we will pay for an additional service on an off schedule.
Okay, and that leads me, you mentioned the facility, so that leads me to my next question. On the screen, you see the site plan. So can you just identify what activities are going to take place roughly where on the site?
Yeah, so towards the bottom portion of the map, you guys will see the middle school buildings. Those are the 2 buildings that we have leased property, and that's what's in our lease for years to come, right? So it's not this year we're here and then we're going to move. These are the 2 buildings that we've been given for our lease agreement. So there are several classrooms which within each of those, they call them huts, within each one of those huts that we'll be occupying. And then the recreational space that we're going to be using is kind of where it says Stephen Keats Camp in that little box. That's where we're going to have our soccer and stuff like that.
Okay, and so the rest of I know it's a 75-acre site. The rest of the site is not going to be for your use.
Correct, it is not.
Okay, and it's your understanding in coordinating with the PDS staff that the PDS camp will not be operating within that area called middle school or upper school or in that outdoor space. Is that correct?
That is right. I've been told that they are going to be operating out of the lower school area, which is at the top of which is at the top of the map.
Okay, perfect. Lastly, before we get to your exhibit where you walk through the drop-off operations and how the two will work together, can you just talk a little bit about general security? And I know I want to caution you, as we discussed earlier, I don't want you to get too far into security because obviously if you put that, this is an open public meeting and part and parcel of security is not, opening up to your trade secrets. So just general security measures that you have in place.
Yeah. So some general things that we just do operationally at camp is obviously when we leave for the day, we have a closing checklist, making sure that all the doors are locked and secured and things like that. And then the school actually has informed me that they do have security cameras in this space. So that in the event that something would happen, we'd be able to gather that footage. And then in terms of security measures as it relates to the campers, we do all kinds of things like an emergency response plan. I'm sorry, it has turned into a nightclub in here. This is a crazy Starbucks. There's an emergency response plan where we practice all kinds of drills for natural disasters. We practice things like a shelter in place in the event of an intruder. So we have all of those steps in place and all of those policies and procedures in place to make sure that we have a way of doing things should be, something happen. The other thing that's security related that relates to campers is our checkout process. Our check-in process is, a camper shows up and they have days in their account, which means that they can check in. We accept them. We're excited that they're within our care. The security issue could be at the end of the day, right? When someone's here to pick up. So what we do is when a parent comes or an individual comes to pick up and they drive up, they are going to make sure that they park and they're going to walk up to us and speak to us. They're going to show us their ID. Their ID, then the name on the ID must match the name within the camper's account. So when the parent or guardian registered their camper, they went ahead and they selected individuals who could pick up their camper from camp. If that ID on that name does not match, then that camper is not going home with that adult. So I think that's the biggest security thing that we want to make sure that we always have buttoned up, is just making sure that checkouts are the safest part of the day.
Okay, great. And lastly on this topic, I know, there are also licensing standards, to be a camp. And
Yes.
you have and you'll obviously comply with all of those requirements. Right. And then
Yes.
you have you have taken it upon yourself to introduce yourself and will continue to maintain an open line of communication with local emergency services.
Correct. Yeah, that's actually one of the requirements to receive a camp permit in the state of New Jersey, is reaching out to the local emergency services and making yourself known.
Okay, so they will be aware that you are there and operating and your hours and all that. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So lastly, what I'm going to ask you to do, Jess, is if you don't mind, and I'm going to ask, I guess, Tom to take his screen down so that, Jess, you can put up your exhibit so that we can walk through the drop off and pick up operations.
Well, you guys just let me know if you can see this.
Yes, we got it.
Great.
So Jess, what I'm going to ask you to do is just to authenticate this, if you can just explain to the board what this is and who prepared it.
I prepared it. It's an image from Google Earth or Google Maps. And this was something I created just as a way of putting it down on paper and like making a drawing so that I understood where the PDS camp operated versus where we operated, so I could have a better understanding of all of that. And this is actually something the school was really excited to see because they were wanting to write this down too. So this is helping with our processes.
Okay, great. And you've coordinated this with PDS and they're comfortable with this layout. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So Miss Casey, we should probably mark this as A3.
Okay.
All right. So Jess, obviously one of the big questions that came out of the planning letter and Mr. Bridger's comments as well is to walk through how both, on-site camps are going to operate in terms of a drop-off and pickup scenario. So if you can walk the board through that.
Yeah, so what I've done here is the red arrows indicate where both camp people are gonna drive, right? So there's the kind of the communal roads, if you will. So both camps will enter from this road here. Oh, why is it? From this road here. And then as they get to this blue sign, this is where it's going to indicate to Stephen Cates families that they should turn left. We are going to be the green arrows. PDS families will continue down the orange path and head towards their drop-off location, which is there in the middle, as you can see, right here. And then our families will drive down this road, which has parking all along it as well, which is great. And our drop-off will take place right here before they hit this blue sign that says exit to the left. And then both groups will get back together here and then drive back out the main entrance.
Okay, so just to be clear, when kids are being dropped off either for Stephen Cates or for PDS, they will be dropped off in an area not where traffic from the other camp is going to be going through. Is that correct?
Yeah, we decided to split them up.
Okay, wonderful. And then what happens when Stephen Cates' kids, obviously you can speak in detail to that. So once they're dropped off, walk me through what happens next.
So right here is going to be an easy up tent. If you guys have seen like at a barbecue, people have those pop-up tents. We're going to have that. So it's like very clear who we are, what we're doing. We're going to have signs. We'll have our computers out there so we can check kids in. A staff member will check a camper in. And then from there will be 2 staff members who are going to do kind of shuttle vans. They will walk the campers along this blue arrow, which is a pedestrian walkway, and they'll walk them along this blue arrow to enter our building premises, which is right here.
Okay, and obviously those are our staff members, so they are, they're adults, and they are, familiar with basic traffic understanding, and they will be trained to watch out and ensure understanding that PDS camp vehicles, that they drop off and circulate through that area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then in terms of the afternoon pickup, is it basically just the same in reverse?
It is the same in reverse.
Okay, so that makes it nice and easy. All right, so Mr. Chair, I think that covers the operations that I wanted to go through, and that really concludes my direct examination of Ms. Handeboat.
Can I just ask one question? I'm not familiar with Stephen Cates, I guess. Do you typically, when in other locations, do you usually work with schools, or where do you land in other areas?
That's a great question. Yes, all of our lease agreements are actually with schools for several reasons. One of which is the school, they're empty. They're great for kids, right? They've been determined by the local cities to be maybe within fire code. They're within nice neighborhoods where, campers might live, and it's easy for campers and families to get to. And then they also, one of the reasons why we chose this school, just as an example, is just its proximity to an area that we've deemed might really need our assistance in the summertime and might really benefit from having it as a part of their community.
So this is just open to anyone in the community?
Correct.
So do you encourage, or do you make provisions for people who maybe don't have the income to send their kids to camp?
Yeah, we do that in 2 ways. So one of the ways that we do that is through our financial aid program. So families can apply for financial aid and granted the access to that based on certain qualifications. And then the other one is through a program that we have called Oz Days, where the directors of the locations actually have the ability to donate to local charities for days for kids to go to, for kids to come to camp who might not otherwise be able to.
And just as informational, what percentage of your students might be those receiving some sort of assistance?
I don't know that percentage offhand at this moment, but I could get that to you, I guess.
That's all right. I like the idea that you
Yeah.
encourage, make provisions for that. I think it's very important.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Okay. All right, that was it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have some questions.
Yes, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, could we go back to full screen? I mean, no longer sharing. Thanks. First, along the same lines as Steve, I was wondering, Where are you doing your solicitation now? You know, who are these? Excuse me?
Are you saying solicitation for campers?
Yes.
It's through online marketing mostly, and reaching out to the local schools within the community to let them know that we're there. Not only PDS, but you know, all the other local public schools and other private schools that might be around the space.
Okay, and historically, there was some mention of demographics, but then hardly any demographics were given. Who is a, you know, Stephen and Kate camper? Give me some profiles here.
Okay. We are a very good snapshot of the community that we're in. So if, you know, we're in communities that are a little bit more diverse, we're going to have a very diverse group of campers. If we're in a community that is not super diverse, we're going to probably not have a super diverse set of campers. We only see about 10% of the campers from the school that we're at. So what we call the host school. Only about 10% of those campers will become our campers. The other 90% are from the community at large.
Okay, regarding the coming and goings of the campers, do you run any field trips that may require different hours? No?
That's a good question. No, we do not at this location.
Okay, you're executing a lease agreement with PDS, is that it?
That is correct.
And what's the length of the lease?
I think so the way it works is that a new school, so the lease is for this summer, and then the school has to tell us by October if they don't want us to come back. And then if they don't, then we exercise another year, and then that goes into effect. So it's kind of every year is kind of a renewal year.
So every year it can be terminated with notice.
With notice, yes, as I understand it, yes.
And one of the reasons I asked that because you know, the attorney did mention that he was seeking approval for all summers.
I think future subsequent years that hopefully happen.
And Mr. Floyd, I should have also indicated, because I think it's a nuanced point, I think it's very good. The approval would be based on the presentation for this camp. So for example, if Stephen Cates is not renewed for the following year, but I don't know, XYZ camp that operates quite differently wants to lease a space from PDS, that might likely be a very different application back to this board, because they would have a different set of operations. So it's a nuance, but I think it's an important point.
Well, yeah, if that's the case, we wouldn't, if we approve this, wouldn't be giving you an ad infinitum approval.
Well, I think it would be an approval for as long as this operator operates based upon the characteristics you've heard here this evening.
Okay. Yeah, PDS is the owner and you're the applicant.
Right.
So it would be long as you have a relationship with PDS. That's what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What else did I have? This one's this. Maybe you'll go into it. You know, one of the hurdles is the zoning code saying the uses should be by a nonprofit. Now you're a LLC, I assume profit-making organization. Why should we approve this?
Yeah, so we'll definitely get into it from our planner. Okay. But very simply speaking, it's certainly a uniqueness within the ordinance. You know, this is a for-profit school. The PDS camp, which is actually an extension of their school, you know, presumably is also for-profit, but it's been deemed to be an extension of the school. So, you know, we'll go through the planning testimony, but it's certainly a quirk. And I think it bears saying as well that Mr. Lesko also indicated in his report as well that, you know, when you kind of look at this holistically, we should be looking at, you know, in addition to that piece, also just the camp use in general as part of the D1.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe Mr. Lesko does, or if PDS already has a camp, I don't know that they do it as a for-profit. You know, I think sort of the difference between the camp run at Lawrenceville by Lawrenceville Prep and PDS, but I could be wrong, is Lawrenceville Prep has a whole bunch of money. You know, they can subsidize it, but I don't know that PDS camp, if they have one, is a for-profit. Are you swearing to that? Is that what you're saying?
I am definitely not swearing to that. I don't
Okay.
represent them. No, definitely not.
Yeah, I thought you just said it was.
I said I understand that PDS is a private school and a you know, such an organization. My understanding is the camp is an extension of the school, but I certainly am not at all swearing to how they operate financially.
Okay. I think that's,
I have a question there. I may have missed this, but what is the fee for this for a summer?
yeah.
We are, let me double check my facts, but it's about $110 per day, 115, depending on location. Each location set differently based on the, you know, economic income of the area.
Okay, and so how long is the season? How many days?
So we are open for 9 weeks this summer. We would be open for 9 weeks this summer. But as Ben was saying before, that would be, you know, summer to summer, it might change. So some summers it might be 10 weeks based on how the school calendar falls. Some summers it could be 8. So some, you know, it's just going to be different every year. And sorry.
5 week, 9 weeks, 45 days, roughly $100 a day.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's we're open for 10 weeks this year. So it's 49 days because we take off July 4th.
Okay.
Is anybody from PDS here to advocate for you?
Yes, we do have a representative from PDS on the call. I didn't intend to call her as a direct witness, but if you'd like to speak to her, you certainly can.
I have one last question. So you refer to your community. How, when in your advertising, how far out of Princeton do you go?
Oh, I don't think we did do out of Princeton. We just stuck to zip codes. We do it by zip code. So I'm sure we did the zip codes just within the city.
I didn't quite get all that.
Sorry, it's probably because we do zip codes. So it's the closest zip codes to the host school. So we just did whatever zip codes were surrounding the school, which would have just been in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
would you mind if I just make a few clarifications?
sure.
Well, first, just on the zip code, here we do, you know, the Princeton zip code does go outside the municipal borders, as I'm sure everyone knows when you go to, you know, the Nike Princeton store on Route 1 that's actually in Lawrence, or
Right.
Princeton Gardens across Route 1, or whatever it is. Regardless, but I do believe that Princeton Day School is a nonprofit. It might be helpful to have that person verify that. I did have some other questions about the school's operations and really how they relate to, again, the traffic. So I think it would be helpful to hear from them on both those issues.
Sure.
Okay.
Did you want to finish questions of Ms. Handebold first, and then we can bring up the representative?
Are there any other questions of Ms. Shandabo? Okay, please continue.
All right, so I do see Dulaney is in the attendee list. So Ms. Sabalos, I would ask that you elevate Dulaney, please. All right, hi there. So I know that you've heard some of the questions, but if you could first introduce yourself you'll get sworn under oath and you can answer some of those questions.
Yes, I'm Delaney Gibson. I am the Assistant Head of School for Finance and Operations at PDS.
And ma'am, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I would submit Ms. Gibson as a fact witness in her capacity as Assistant Head of Finance.
Fine.
All right, so Ms. Gibson, you did hear a couple of the questions, but so feel free to go ahead and answer those or ask for clarification.
So PDS is definitely a 501c nonprofit organization. We do have auxiliary operations that are fairly small. They don't qualify for, UBIT on, unrelated business income. So it comes under our nonprofit umbrella.
Okay, so my apologies, Mr. Floyd. I certainly defer to Ms. Gibson on those issues.
Thanks.
Were there any other questions specifically for Ms. Gibson?
Yes, I had a few, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So first, I think we heard now there's going to be up to 180 campers at the Stephen Cates camp a few years down the line. Do you know the number of campers that the day school has?
It varies week by week, starts out fairly slowly the first few weeks. I think the peak is probably mid-July. I'm not sure on a daily basis. I want to say 300 or 400 maybe. I'm not entirely confident in that number, but it's certainly, yeah, it's not unmanageable with their number as well in terms of traffic.
Got it. So overall, there'd be a couple hundred, let's say, including the 180 plus, or well, I guess the ask is up to 250 for the Stephen Cates, but we heard 180 earlier. Do you know the number of staff members parking there as well?
That's a good question. I think the total parking that we have in that part of campus is, I want to say 150 spaces. Obviously the employees in the summer are far fewer because it's mostly our admission office, business office, and so on. So there's definitely ample parking.
Okay. And those camps are not the same as this one where there is there's not necessarily a definite drop-off time, but those ones, do they have a definite drop-off time?
Yes, we do. We do have an early morning. It may be as early as 7:30. I'm not 100% sure of that. It's fairly small. The bulk of our kids arrive around 8:30, and we run till 3:30. Again, we have an after school or after camp, but that's a much smaller number.
So do you have any idea of how the traffic flow into and out of the school for these two combined camps? And I'm not a traffic engineer. It doesn't sound like you are either. Do you just have any idea how that's going to work in the summer? Or are we gonna expect, 400 cars at 8:30 compared to, X during the normal school year?
So it will be far fewer than the normal school year, absolutely, for sure. We have 3 security officers on staff during the day, and they will, as actually we have more than that during the school day, during the school year, directing traffic. But those 3 will definitely be involved in the traffic morning and afternoon, to ensure that people are driving safely, as well as to make sure that the flow is as it should be.
Okay. And is the drop off similar in this, I know you have kind of 2 going on here, but is it similar with what we just saw as it is during the school year?
Yes, it's fairly similar. There was discussion with our security staff on sorting out how to make these 2 things, as I think somebody said, play well together. And the picture that was shown in my opinion, should work well. And I know that our director of security is comfortable with it.
Thank you.
All right, so unless there are any other questions for Ms. Gibson, I will move along to my final witness, which is Jeff Martell. And I actually would like Mr. Martell to be sworn in. I'm going to have him go through his credentials as both a traffic engineer and a professional planner.
Okay. just
Mr.
one thing.
Martell, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank
For
you.
the record, Jeffrey Martell from Stonefield Engineering and Design, 15 Spring Street in Princeton.
Okay, so Jeff, if you can go through your qualifications as both well, really as an engineer, traffic engineer, as a planner, that would be grateful.
Sure, I am duly licensed as a professional engineer and professional planner in the state of New Jersey. Bachelor's degree from University of Delaware, master's degree from NJIT. I've been practicing as a professional engineer for close to 20 years and a professional planner for approximately 12 years. Appeared before approximately 30 land use boards in the capacity as a professional planner and 100 plus in the capacity as a civil and traffic engineer. Our firm regularly performs services that include professional planning for various private applicants and some public entities, and similarly on the traffic engineering front as well, including approximately personally maybe 10 to 12 applications, including either school facilities or daycare / camp facilities.
I
So,
think
Mr. Chair.
we'll accept you as an expert.
Great, thank you. So predominantly, we'll be speaking in the capacity as a professional planner. I will touch a little bit on some of the traffic, parking, and circulation comments that have been brought up. But the main thrust of our application this evening is that the applicant is seeking what we're calling a D1 variance for what we're saying is a seasonal day camp, obviously at the Princeton Day School. D1 applications can be very complex. I'm hopeful that this one is potentially a little bit more logical and straightforward than I'm sure a lot of the cases the board has heard. But I guess time will tell here as we proceed. The site is located on the Princeton Day School, as was demonstrated in Exhibits A1 and A2. It is a 75-acre parcel, albeit Stephen Cates is only using a small percentage of that associated with the application, and it is zoned E4 in the adopted township portion of the zoning ordinance. Similar uses are permitted and conditionally permitted in the zone. Obviously, the existing school and its operation are permitted uses, but our seasonal day camp, which is for profit, is not a permitted use. So therefore, we are seeking a D1 variance and appearing before this board as part of our application, also seeking, I guess to the extent it's required, a minor site plan approval as well. As part of preparing for this evening's presentation, reviewed the application and the plan materials, as well as the planning and engineering memos, zoning ordinance, master plan, and visited the site. I'm also generally familiar with the township and the local areas, having lived there personally and worked there for the last 6-7 years. In my opinion, this use, the seasonal daycare use, is an inherently beneficial use. It's kind of a blended version of many offerings that are at a traditional school, a daycare facility, and other camps that often exist at public or school facilities. I make specific note, as Mr. Wine stated, this application is very specific to the Stephen and Cates camp, not just a generic camp. You know, we are putting the testimony in very specifically on that operator. Extensive programming and offerings, as was briefly testified, but did get a chance to visit their website. I haven't actually attended a Stephen and Cates camp facility, but on the website, you have everything from robotics to arts and crafts to, you know, some of the more typical things, recreation and things of that nature, but coding and all sorts of things. So in this idea of this blended, school, camp, daycare offering that many entities provide in the summertime, including PDS, including private daycares, including, soccer camps and basketball camps and what have you. They provide a variety of activities, obviously depending on what type of camp. But I think specifically this camp, the enrichment activities are significant. I think, again, looking at the website and listening to Ms. Handebode leading up to today, it's a well-run organization, very well organized. I also think in terms of the use, whether they're from Princeton municipality or potentially neighboring municipalities, there are many parents and caretakers who look to keep some version of their regular schedule outside of the school year. And I think there's certainly something to be said to having that offering as well. From a planning perspective, we look at what we call the SECA balancing test, where, again, we're looking at an inherently beneficial use, in my opinion, and that constitutes a special reason and satisfies what's called the positive criteria for this applicant's request for a variance. And there's 4 components when we look at the SECA balancing test. One is to identify the public interest at stake. In this case, we have a seasonal day camp where we think there's both a need and a desire and would have a benefit to the greater community. The second is identify the potential detrimental impact that will ensue from the grant of the variance. I see none here. E4 zone, as I said, does allow very similar uses. PDS already operates a seasonal or summer day camp on this site. And I don't see anything that we will be doing that will be substantially different, other than maybe some differences in the programming. But they'll be, generally similar in nature as to what type of folks would benefit from that. Third is to consider reasonable conditions that the board may impose. And I would suggest potentially 2. One is related to that drop-off exhibit A3 that went up. I think that's an important part of this application. There would be 2 day camps at one facility. The reason we think that's appropriate in this case is based on the size of the PDS. Its size in terms of land area, the 75 acres, but more importantly, its schools, a lot larger number of students throughout the main school year. So despite there being 2 camps that would exist on here, it's actually a much less intense use than exists throughout the normal school year. So I think that coordinated drop-off design that was put forth by Ms. Handebode and accepted by Ms. Gibson and the folks at PDS is an important component and potentially a reasonable exhibit or a reasonable condition to put forth, along with the wayfinding elements, the signage that was mentioned to direct parents or caretakers where the drop-off is. And, as simple as that tent may sound, that recognition of which operator is which, I think is important as well. So just identifying each of the 2 entities with that temporary wayfinding. I'll use this opportunity just to talk a little bit about some of the traffic and the operations from my perspective. If I can share my screen. Back to exhibit A3. Can we all see this on my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I think starting at the entrance and exit, what's very critical here is that is a signalized intersection that has turn lanes in both directions, north and south. Significant capacity, obviously, is well designed within that intersection. So I think the point of ingress and egress for the property is an important item relative to considering the school as a location for the Stephen Cates. As we work our way onto the site, obviously we have the decision point there to make a left towards the Stephen Cates or to continue on to the PDS camp drop off. I think one thing that we've spoken about with this graphic that maybe it moves a little bit north on the page is there is a pedestrian connection right through to the sidewalk that would lead you to the Stephen Cates area. So there is a pedestrian route somewhat baked into this drop-off location that I think is significant. And then, albeit that there are parking spaces along both the routes for the drop-off of the PDS and the Stephen Cates, my understanding is that the staff will be parking out by the carriage house or the Colress building area. So the parking spaces that are proximate to the drop-off areas are not going to be necessarily full with the staff that gets there before the campers. Those areas would either be available for a short-term park at the drop-off or just additional area to keep congestion reduced in that area. So when we look at parking, we look at the safe ingress and egress at an established signalized intersection, consider the site layout, the idea of the rolling time in which the Stephen Cate campers would come, which for the most part will be after likely a majority of the PDS folks who mostly come before that 8:30 time, whereas the Stephen Cates kind of roll out to their peak, they think starts at maybe around 8:15 or so and extends all the way out to 9:30. So we do have a little bit of a rolling time there, a little bit of a difference in that peak in the morning. So when I consider all of those, I think that the drop off and the pickup, again, is kind of a critical point to this whole application. And I think certain conditions relative to that would be reasonable for the board to impose. The second of which I think is somewhat obvious, but relative to the Stephen Cates application, that it would only operate when the PDS regular school schedule is off. So it would never operate during the typical school year. So I think those are two reasonable conditions. Looking back at the SEQA balancing, that fourth item is to weigh the positive and negative criteria and determine whether on balance the grant of the variance would cause a detriment to the public good. Again, the day camp is an inherently beneficial use, therefore it satisfies that positive criteria. And I don't see any significant detriment to the public, to the folks in and around the area, or the campers and the parents and caretakers of the PDS camp. I think the site is particularly suited for this activity. And thinking about just the Stephen and Cates camp for a second, when we think about particular suitability, I think it was a good question. One of the board members asked, are you always at schools? And there's probably business reasons for that, but I also think there's good land use planning reasons for that. In this case, PDS has the buildings, it has the outdoor recreation area directly to the south of the two buildings that Stephen Cates are leasing. It has the safe ingress and egress. It has the parking. It has the site layout, which already contemplates pickup and drop off, which maybe is a little bit different than a daycare or a community center or something like that, which maybe doesn't necessarily operate with school type drop offs. But in this case, we already have that within the site layout. Also noting that some of the support facilities are already in place. It was mentioned lightly, but the trash, the cleaning, the recycling, having that janitorial staff, having that security available from PDS, that infrastructure, so to speak, to operate this particular use, I do think is very notable. I don't see a substantial detriment to the public nor the zone plan. And really the last thing that I would just mention from a planning perspective is that I do think the use is consistent with the master plan and reexamination report from November of 2023. Under section 1, specifically in 1.6, there's goals. Goals 42 is to provide high quality educational facilities to meet the needs of the residents. In the summer, we don't have school. And this is an extension of, things that these kids learn at school, not just the enrichment, the science and the robotics, but also the social parts and and the recreational parts as well. Goal 62 is to meet active and passive recreation needs. Again, you know, schools have recess and other ways for kids to stay active. This is similar in nature, where there is times to be active and proper facilities to do so. Just as I said, just south of the buildings that Steve & Kate's are leasing. And then lastly, in 5.0 of the community facilities plan element, there are recommendations, and number 15 talks about maximize utilization of existing facilities and land, and that's specifically under education facilities. And I think this application is literally spot on to that goal. It's an existing facility. It has a much reduced use in the summertime, well within the capacity to accommodate the Steve & Kate's operation. And I think, you know, although it's in the summer and not part of the state regulated program, it's certainly part of a child's overall education. So in conclusion, thinking about the D1 variance, I think we satisfy the statutory requirements to approve a D1 variance, and the SECA balancing test is satisfied. There's a very interesting distinction here in the ordinance and some questions about the for-profit nature. And I can't exactly tell you why that was written in. Obviously, it was not a party to the writers who decided to put that in. But from what I can say is, from a land planning perspective, I don't think there's any distinction on profit or nonprofit. We have a soccer camp that you pay, you know, $400 for to go to the week, and the coaches are profiting, versus a municipally run soccer camp. We have a daycare that you pay for versus, you know, potentially some other type of child care. We have schools, obviously, that some are public, some are private. And there's reasons within society why these all exist. But how we think about land planning and how we think about just how the use and the land will operate, in this case, the PDS facility. I personally, as a planner, don't make any strong distinction when I think about how the board should consider granting the variance, specifically on whether it's for profit or not. Obviously, it's acknowledged that this particular use is for profit. With that said, I think the application could be approved without substantial detriment to the public good or the zone plan. And lastly, I think it's a great opportunity to utilize the Princeton Day School, its property, its improvements, its staff, its infrastructure for a seasonal camp operation, as Steve & Kate's is proposing here. So with that said, I don't have any more direct testimony, but of course, I'm happy to answer everyone's questions.
Yeah, Jeff, just a couple
Martel,
of.
I have a
Oh,
question for you,
sorry.
Mr. Martel, a legal question.
Sure.
You stated a few times that it's clear that this summer camp is an inherently beneficial use. So I just wanted to clarify with you, what's the basis for that statement? Because it's involving childcare? Or
Yeah, I believe
because it's using a school facility, or?
Specifically, schools and daycare facilities are have been deemed inherently beneficial.
Well,
And I think,
childcare, yeah.
correct. And I think this is somewhat of a blend of that. The use of a camp versus childcare, I think, is not an important distinction. This could be called Steve & Kate's summer childcare facility, you know, and operate exactly the same. So I think the spirit and the physical components of this camp fall under the same planning guise as would be, you know, childcare or daycare. And I think just some of the similarities to a school, I think, are relevant too. But more so probably that child daycare, you know, similarity.
And my next question is that Mr. Wine had pointed out that it's this applicant's position that this variance applies to them. it doesn't apply to any summer camps that PDS might decide to contract with if they decided things didn't work out with the Stephen Cates, and next summer they have a different summer camp. And now the zoning officer tells them, well, you need variance. And they say, well, what do you mean? We got a variance last year. It's the same. I wanted to understand better, what is your position on that? Are you saying only Steve and Kate's summer camps would qualify as
Well,
inherently beneficial use, or?
I think that the board, I think this particular applicant and what they're offering is an inherently beneficial use, and as I've said, appropriate on this site, etc. We can't sit here and say that every possible day camp would also be appropriate. They may not be staffed as well. They might try to work under different licensing. They may have different policies relative to drop off. So I would be a little bit out of my realm in the legal side, but from a planning perspective, if another applicant came forth and proposed to the board a near identical model, they might have an argument that that they're similar or the same. But without the board receiving that application and hearing that testimony and getting those statements on the record and on paper, I think what we're trying to say or put forth is that we're asking the board to consider a very specific set of facts and a very specific operator and how they operate the site. And for under those reasons, we think it's appropriate for the board to grant that variance. And I think what we're trying to represent is we don't necessarily think that there's other operators out there that do the exact same thing, and that would be for the board to act on those applications separately.
And Ms. Casey, if I may, I think to follow up on that as well, as Mr. Martell put in his testimony regarding the SECA balancing test, the third prong of that test is to impose reasonable conditions, right? So even if the board accepts the testimony, it would be to impose reasonable conditions. And I think it's fair to make the condition that it's this camp, this operator based on this set of facts, if only because if a future, we have testified that we're expecting up to, at max capacity, 180 students, campers, I'm sorry. If operator XYZ comes in and operates at a camp with 500, 600 students, that would be a different arrangement. We're here seeking minor site plan approval as well, which takes into consideration the facts that have been presented. So I think that's why part of the SECA balancing test, when you're justifying an inherently beneficial use, is to give the board the opportunity to say, yes, we agree, but here's a condition we're going to impose, or several conditions we're going to impose to ensure that we maintain some degree of control over what this looks like a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
And so we have a representative from PDS here, Ms. Gibson. So that's PDS's position too, that what you've authorized as the owners, and you're here tonight on behalf of this applicant, and that you would not be seeking to have this approval apply to other summer camp operators?
I would think another operation would have to make its own case, as has been noted, unique to their operations and their specific program.
And just one more question, Mr. Martell, under SECA. So it's your argument that there would not be a lot of similar camps to this one, meaning that there's something unique about Steve and Kate's, and that so that there's a need for this in the community that, isn't being met with other summer programs.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm specifically saying that. I'm not here to represent that Stephen Cates is somehow better or so unique that there's not other offerings in the market or the region that you could go and get that same level of enrichment. I think what I was more trying to say is just based on their programming, the number of activities that they offer, they're significant enough to reach, I think, a high level product that makes them, you know, not only desirable, but beneficial to the future campers. This isn't, you know, a place where you're necessarily just paying to have somebody watch your child for 8 hours while you go to work. I mean, this is significant programming opportunities and born, I think, a lot out of the spirit of the education system, you know, similar to what we see a lot of the daycare facilities now establishing, you know, very detailed curriculums and offering a lot. So I think the market for childcare is as such where there's very good programming and offerings out there. And I think Stephen Cates is in that higher class level of potentially, you know, that childcare or seasonal day camps, but not necessarily maybe rising to such a unique that they are the only or the best, anything of that nature. I didn't mean it to represent it that way.
Mr. Lesko, did you have any thoughts?
I do have a few questions. First off, on the inherently beneficial designation, there was a discussion of this kind of being a blended childcare school, you know, those are the listed inherently beneficial uses. Does a summer camp have a state licensing requirement? And if so, is it the same as a childcare?
I would defer to Ms. Handebo to answer that question.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, so the state of New Jersey has very specific summer camp regulations. So we actually receive a summer camp permit through the state, working with the local health department as well.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it the same kind of caliber or
So it's not, yeah, so it's not a childcare license. A childcare license is probably slightly more in depth. The camp permit in New Jersey is one where by submitting it and by obtaining that permit, we agree to a certain level of background checks and staff qualifications, a certain level of camper paperwork with immunization history that we must collect, and then a certain level of standard like ratios, like sanitizing procedures, like emergency preparedness plans as just examples.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I ask is because I believe the case that established the SECA test was about a child care center. And one of the reasons for including that as inherently beneficial was because of the depth of state licensing. So I'm not sure, you know, if this reaches the same level as a child care as, you know, a listed inherently beneficial use. And then in terms of a school, I know Mr. Martell stated something that, in his opinion, land use doesn't change based on whether something's for profit or nonprofit. I don't necessarily disagree with that. However, I think our municipal ordinance does, where it mentions, you know, in multiple places, there is a difference between not-for-profit and for-profit, particularly schools, actually, including in this E4 zone. So I would just throw that distinction out there. And I guess one of the other questions, and I don't know if this is a hypothetical question or if this is an actual question, but if Princeton Day School is running its own camp that has 500 students, or, you know, whatever was 400, 500, it seems that essentially they could do this. So, or, you know, another nonprofit similar to them could do this. And I'm just curious if the applicant has a response to that, or if the board should just consider that.
Yeah, I mean, I think just going back to that, what is this use and is it inherently beneficial? And obviously my statements relating it to childcare and things like that. We acknowledge the licensing is not the same. And I think this is part of our representation to the board that we think this action should potentially be specific to this particular applicant, because this particular applicant has a business model with an offering that, you know, I think is very extensive and would, you know, meet criteria if criteria were to be established. I mean, the robotics and the coding and things, these are not, you know, types of offerings that you see at a lot of other, you know, summer camps. So to me, this has more of an offering, more established, more diversity, a nice blend of you know, art related activities versus, you know, the science and STEM side of things. So to me, that's why I think about Steve and Kate's specifically rises to that you know, that same level as a childcare facility and that inherently beneficial use. I wouldn't necessarily, not sure if I could represent, you know, another applicant with another summer camp and make that same representation. I'd have to understand exactly all of that. So that was, you know, the first thing. And the you know, the profit or not profit, you know, we acknowledge it. We're here before this board because we are, you know, for profit, and otherwise we don't, you know, fit into the list of permitted uses. So we acknowledge it. You know, municipality, you know, made that distinction for whatever reason they chose, and this board, we certainly recognize has to consider that when with this application. But we think with the proposal put forth by Steve and Kate's, you know, we do think it's a desirable use in the community, and I do think it meets the standard for a variance. And my reasons for saying I don't necessarily put a distinction on for-profit or not for profit relative to the variances and the land planning is because I don't think that component would change anything that I, you know, stated forth, you know, tonight in terms of supporting the variance.
Mr. Martell, one more question for you. As I understand your testimony, even if the board were not to conclude that this is an inherently beneficial use, it's your testimony that it still promotes the purposes of zoning and
Yeah,
that it
so we
meets the
yes.
criteria for the granting of the variance, correct?
Yeah, I think if the board were to disagree with that, I think an argument could also be made relative to special reasons and particular site, you know, suitability, you know, in terms of the municipal land use law purposes. You know, I think A, C, G, and M, you know, would all be relevant here, encouraging municipal action to guide appropriate use of development and lands, which promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. You know, G talks about, you know, land use in terms of a variety of uses and purposes. You know, I think this is a facility that exists and it's not used in the summer, and it could have a purpose and a use in the summer, or at least an increase beyond what the PDS does with this. And, you know, purpose M, encouraging coordination of various public and private procedures and activities shaping land development, you know, with a view of lessening the cost of such development and more effective use of the land. Obviously, PDS is not for profit, as we said, but there obviously is an arrangement between them and Steve and Kate's, and obviously PDS is deemed that this would benefit PDS in some way, shape, or form. So you have kind of a built-in scenario where PDS not only wants this but believes the site can accommodate it. So I do think there's a number of you know, sections in the land use law that are benefited here. And I think, again, the particular site suitability, we're not asking for any improvements. We're gonna have a pop-up tent and a sign that says PDS this way and Steve and Kate's that way. And we have a wonderful school that can hopefully provide more benefit to folks in the region during the summer.
Excuse me one second. Michael, you had a comment? Question?
I'm going to have a few questions and comments, and maybe some other board members may too. Where we at? We're at 11:20, and I'm not pushing to limit further questions, comments. I think it should go. And we also got I don't know if there's any in the public they also have to speak, so, you know, at this point, I'm not comfortable with this. So I don't know if we want to continue and this to another meeting. I'm particularly a little bit uncomfortable with nothing being put in your application about you doing inherently beneficial SECA. Nothing in your application, printed matter about your organization, to just hear it verbally and generalized. You could have put in probably a whole lot of printed matter that we could try to link up. So if you want to close this meeting, Mr. Chairman, please do. Because I feel it, there's more to be said on this.
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot more to be said on this, but I think this is time specific. I mean, they're trying to get going here, and so maybe we listen for a bit more. And other board members, what do you think?
Let's keep going for a little while at least.
You
We're all up and awake. What the hell?
Chair, the only thing, if I may add, the only thing I would suggest, because I think Mr. Floyd raises a couple of good points, we are time sensitive, but if there's something that, you know, the board would like to see submitted in more formal form, the only thing I would ask for then, and I know it's asking as a courtesy, would be to be able to, you know, if we're going to go down the route of adjourning so that the board can feel more comfortable with printed materials, would be to adjourn to some type of special meeting, if possible, whereby, again, I'm not, to be clear, I'm not trying to be presumptuous at all and suggest that the application will be approved, but that if it is approved, we'd be able to have a resolution to that effect at your regular June meeting, again, for time reasons. That's the only thing I would request, because I have absolutely no issue providing the board with whatever additional materials it may want to see, or we feel after hearing comments tonight. But I don't want to run into a scenario whereby, two things. I don't want to run into a scenario where we rush a vote tonight where the board doesn't feel comfortable and it doesn't work out in our favor if it otherwise could. And I don't want to run into a scenario whereby we get an approval, but it doesn't work with the timing. I don't know that that would be helpful either. So that would be my request. I'm certainly deferential to the board. Like I said, I don't want to rush something and end up, especially with 6 board members, and end up with a vote that could have gone the other way with some additional commentary or materials. That's all.
Okay, let me ask Derek. Well, first of all, if we do continue this, can we have a special meeting in the next several weeks? We'd have to get whatever information you want to put together very quickly. But then the question is, assuming it got approved, can they operate before it's been memorialized?
I'm gonna defer to Karen, and I thought Mr. Wine was gonna contact Karen about the resolution for tonight, or how it would be done. I don't know
Well,
about.
I mean, I don't know the answer to this. I'm raising this question. In order to get your state licensing, don't you need to provide proof of local approval?
Yes, in order for the permit to, so we get the permit from the state, and then we reach out to the local health department. And the first thing that they require to see is a zoning approval.
Okay, so I don't think, I think this resolution, let me rephrase that. The applicant then is looking, if the board were inclined to approve this at a special meeting, they're hoping to get a resolution on the June 26th agenda, which is the next time the board would meet. Or if it were approved tonight, that's the soonest they would get their resolution, June 26th meeting. So I can certainly prepare it in 2 weeks if the board is prepared to have a special meeting in the next 2 weeks. One of the reasons I pressed Mr. Martell about all right, are there other reasons besides simply advancing it's nothing simple about it, but saying it's inherently beneficial? Are there not other bases? And he explained, yes, he thought there were. So I'm not sure that that is the most critical piece here. Making a determination that, because I think this applicant, and that's why Michael Floyd's suggestion that we need material is pertinent, because the applicant, I don't think, is saying any child care center is going to be inherently beneficial. It's what this program offers to children. It's not just a way to keep kids. It's a daycare place, and you drop the kid off and you say, well, that's what they're going to do all day. They're just going to play games and fill the day. So I think, though, in order for this applicant to get their resolution, it's either got to get approved tonight or there has to be a special meeting, because
Well,
June
how soon,
26th is not that far away. So
how soon do we have to get, if we get materials in from the applicant, how long do we have to, don't we have to have a minimum of 10 days before we have a meeting?
well, I mean, ordinarily, it's difficult to tell if there's any public interest in this or not, but I mean, ordinarily, that's what we'd say. Can we have it 10 days before the next meeting? In this case, I don't know if the material they're presenting is material that's on their website, or if it's something else that this applicant is going to provide. But
I think we could have a package to the board by Friday if that helps, because it's all.
Yeah.
We have it on all in some form. It's just gonna take, a good day to get it in a professional format that the board, can consume, but.
well, I mean, what are the thoughts of the board members at this point? We are at
I'd like to,
11:30.
can I say something? I'm not sure what the issue is. Do we think that EDS has not done their homework on who they want to associate with? I mean, why is it our question as to whether this is a, whatever of the
Well,
board?
I mean,
training
Stephen,
center
ordinarily,
versus-
the designation of an inherently beneficial use kind of gives an application a step up. They still have to prove it's not going to cause any harm, but if you accept the argument that this is an inherently beneficial use, then that pretty much presumes that it's satisfied all the positive things we call positive criteria. It's done that already. So the only thing the applicant has to point or establish is that there's nothing going to be substantially detrimental, that they're not going to cause any harm if you allow this to go forward.
Well, it's also, it may be inherently beneficial if no one else is offering that service
right
in this area, but if 4 other camps are doing robotics within a reasonable radius of Princeton, you're not inherently beneficial.
Well,
And
see,
you have-
that's why I was pressing Mr. Martell, because it seemed to me that he was also trying to explain that, all right, if you don't accept that argument, there are other bases which promote the purposes of zoning. And as he pointed out, it's a very suitable site.
And I don't rely on TDS's research. I rely on what I do and the board does.
Right.
That's why we're here.
So I think, Stephen, that's
I
the
understand.
answer
I'm
to
just
that
asking the
question.
question though, because.
Well, that's the answer to it.
I mean, Stephen, before this meeting, the applicant's application said, we're going to explain at the meeting what the basis is for this application. Okay, well, they did, but having now raised inherently beneficial as the basis for it, it triggers more questions, because you don't, shall we say, because inherently beneficial designations assist an applicant greatly in getting their approval, it's not something that the board has ordinarily done. And I think Justin had indicated that he believed the Sika case involved a child care facility. It actually involved a residential facility for head trauma victims. And there had been no use like that in the area. So that applicant came in. So, and I'm not suggesting in any way that an applicant has to meet that kind of standard. It doesn't have to be a trauma center for head injuries. But I think that by making the argument of inherently beneficial, it's raising more questions than
No, that's all fine. I accept
helping.
Michael's comment. I mean, let's move on, Steve.
Yeah, but it was also Justin that first raised the questions about it. Wasn't just Michael. It was the municipal planner.
And to be clear, and I think to Ms. Casey's point as well, that's why Mr. Martell spoke in the alternative through the particular site suitability and positive negative criteria analysis, which is your more typical D1 argument. So if the board did not feel that it met that inherently beneficial standard, there's that alternative standard, which is a much more typical and familiar standard to propose.
Well, so I mean, I think at this point, either the board can press on and make a decision tonight, or if there's a willingness, have a special meeting, with the goal being that the resolution, if it's approved, could still be on the June 26th agenda.
So there's two aspects to this. Number one is how soon you can get us this additional information, and the second is, will the board have a special meeting? So board members, are you willing to have a special meeting within the next several weeks?
Yes.
Yes.
I am.
Yeah.
Steve?
Yeah, I can't do next week for sure.
Okay. Michael, did you say yes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. All right, so we can probably have a special meeting. We can't, we still have one of our other board members that is not here, that we have to check with. But how soon can you get us additional supporting documentation?
We can get everything in by Friday. I mean, we can overnight it tomorrow for Friday delivery and have it submitted digitally as well. And then the only other thing I would ask would be if we can at least pick a special meeting date so that we can carry our notice, because there's going to be no way we could notice in time for a special meeting within the next couple of weeks. We just, yeah. So we would have to pick a date.
What's our notice have to be, Karen? 10 days, or what is it?
Well, I mean, any notice, if the applicant had to renotice, yeah, they would have to send notices out to those within 200 feet, at least 10 days before. Same thing, they would have to get newspaper publication at least 10 days before.
And that would be
So-
waived if we carried to a date
Correct.
certain. Yeah.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. So, Bernice, you said June 5th won't work for you. So if we're sticking to
Yeah, I
Wednesday-
meant the next, the 29th definitely doesn't work.
Okay, well, I'm assuming that's very close to
Yeah.
Memorial Day and that people may have plans that continue on for a couple days. So,
Memorial Day is this weekend, so we're,
correct. So
So-
Derek, I don't know if we're looking at the 5th or the 12th, and do we need to
Alright.
coordinate with any of the other board for the availability of the Zoom or?
do we have to meet on a Wednesday?
We have to meet on a Wednesday. We have full planning board stuff.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean,
That's what I thought, that we're
and I'm
restricted
on
to
vacation the
Wednesdays,
week of
so.
the 10th. So it's either the 5th or the 19th.
If works.
I'm fine with either date.
Yeah. Probably,
Does the 5th work for everyone else?
Yeah, I have a question that goes to the beneficial use, and it's really to the applicant, which is, and also takes into account the comments from Michael Floyd, which is about having a number of summer camps in the area. Have you done any market analysis to show that there's a deficit of places for summer camps, and so this is really filling an unmet need?
So when we're doing our site acquisition, there's a couple things that we look at, one of which is zip codes that, seem like communities that that are people who typically come to our camps. The other thing is we, as a Bright Horizons entity, we have something called backup care. Backup care is provided through an employee's employer. And so an employer will work with their human resources department to procure a certain amount of backup care days for their employees. So these are days that are free from the employer to the employee for their child to receive care. And we have a significant number of campers for this camp who are registered, who are backup care families. So when we were doing our site acquisition, Bright Horizons said, this zip code will have a lot of people who need care. They need that backup care through their employer. So that's one of the main reasons why we do choose facilities like this one, is based on what Bright Horizons deems as a neighborhood that we should be in based on their needs.
And Ms. Hannah, when you say backup, that means their employer will pay then for the campers' fees.
Yeah, so their employer pays a certain subset, and then they pay, I think it's like $20 for the day, in order for their camper to be able to attend on a day where maybe their care fell through.
If you could summarize that sort of information and add it to it in support of the concept of beneficial use, I think it would be useful for the board.
Okay, I'll put something together.
All right, so going back now, Derek, did you say the 5th could work?
Yes, ma'am. I'm away the next week, and the 19th is a week before the regular meeting, so I
Okay.
think that's really the only date if it works with other people. I mean,
Justin, does that work for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, we don't know if it's gonna work for Harlan. We just tell him about it, and he'd also have to listen then, of course, to tonight's tape in order to be able to vote. So what about everybody else? Does it work for everybody else?
I'm good for the 5th. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should
Yeah,
work.
it's fine. It works.
Yes.
I may have to do it from time zone, but we're already on Zoom anyway, so. I think we should try, I realized I was trying to say something earlier and then I saw I was on mute, so it didn't work very well, but I just hope we can be clear about what it is that we want to know, because if we're talking about whether or not we think there are enough, is it our responsibility to care about whether or not they can fill the camp? I don't think that's our charge.
Eve, I think some of these questions are being raised by the argument that it's inherently beneficial. And
what does it inherently mean in this situation? It can't mean, I don't think it means uniquely.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But the applicant has argued, and they feel that there are aspects of their program which are different than other summer camps, that they're offering kind of, different kinds of programming, where they say robotics and coding and things that other summer camps might not offer. They might just say, well, we have arts and crafts and the kids play sports and that's our summer camp. So
right,
the
but that
applicant
goes in the
has-
direction of different rather than inherently just means it's naturally a part of. It doesn't
Well,
mean
I mean,
they have to prove they're unique.
No, but
There has to prove that it's a real need.
Well,
Not,
If I
not-
may- oh, sorry, Michael.
Go ahead. No, you're the planner. Go ahead.
Well, I think there are really two different arguments. The first one that was being made was that it's inherently beneficial, like a school, a hospital,
Yeah.
a childcare center. It didn't sound like the board is necessarily in agreement with that argument. So then the applicant's deferring back to the normal requirement for a D variance, which does include those special reasons. And that's what I think Michael, and I certainly echo him, stated that we need more information on for the board to make that decision of whether that's true or not. So the inherently beneficial, it seems, that argument has come and gone, and now we're looking at the other argument.
Well, I think if I may, Mr. Lesko, I mean, the board can look at either argument, right? So if 5 members of the panel of 6 tonight, but 7 in general, feel that it meets inherently beneficial, that's one way to get the approval. If 5 members feel that it doesn't, not 5 members feel it doesn't, but 5 members feel that they would prefer to approve it under the special reasons, positive and negative criteria, that's another avenue. So both are acceptable avenues towards the approval. And I think, I mean, to the extent the board wants the additional information, that's why we're setting up this special meeting. We're happy to do that. If the board didn't feel it needed the additional information, they could approve it nonetheless. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And again, without trying to sound presumptuous, and I really hope the board can appreciate, I'm not, it's more of a, yeah, high level analysis.
I would agree. And I was presumptuous to say that the first argument came and gone, came and went.
I mean, it seems to me, Eve, you raised the question, we should explain to the applicant what the board wants to see. And that's a good point. I guess that part of that depends on what argument the applicant wants to pursue. If they still hope that the board will conclude it's an inherently beneficial use, then it might be helpful to them to explain why there is not an overabundance of camps like this in the area, that they have looked at the market and they say, no, there's really sort of something special here, as opposed to a situation where you might say, well, I guess I'll give an example that came from the board, assisted living, and the board concluded that they had not demonstrated a need for that, and that there were lots of other facilities that could, and that was all tied though to their inherently beneficial argument. So I think to a certain extent, it's up to the applicant at this point, which way would they like to go? And that may influence what kind of materials they can provide to the board. If they're arguing that it meets, it promotes purposes of zoning, that the site is suitable, that may have them decide they'll submit certain packet of material. If they want to keep arguing that it's inherently beneficial, then they may decide, yes, they want to also provide some other information. So if there's something you want to see, then absolutely raise that now and say, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing this or that.
And I think that's kind of the point. I mean, just like we threw the kitchen sink in terms of arguments, either option A or option B, we would throw the kitchen sink at whatever materials we're going to provide you anyways, you know, to have as complete a presentation as possible.
You know, for me, anything you want to write, if you want to revisit it on this whole question of the zoning code requiring that it be a nonprofit. And, you know, I heard your arguments somewhat about that, but still, we didn't get into a real big exchange about it or any of the other board. You know, a town that doesn't tax an entity, PDS, probably said, don't run a profit business on land that we're not taxing you on. You know, and then plus they mentioned the YMCA and so forth and so on. You know, this was a an old Presbyterian YMCA, and I'm not kidding. And yeah, you tie the two together. No, making money on land that's tax exempt. It may not be a big issue to some of you, but they put it in the code. It is the code.
All right, so is the board willing then to carry this to June 5th for a special meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Yes.
fine with it.
Okay.
Sure.
Alrighty, then for those who are interested or are watching, this application is being carried to June 5th. It is a special meeting, which will need to be noticed, but not by the applicant, by the board. And the applicant then will not be required to send out any additional noticing on this.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your time this evening. I think it was fruitful, and we look forward to seeing you on the 5th.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I guess we are adjourned for the evening. Thank
Good
you
night,
all.
everyone.
Good night.
Derek, did you want to say something?
I just said good night. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
See you in a couple
Get,
weeks.
and get home safely. Eric,
Thank you.
we're all home.
New letterhead is very nice. By the way,
What?
the new letterhead is very nice. I almost didn't know what I was looking at first.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay,
Good
good
night.
night all.
And
Thanks a lot.
Oof.